Welcome everybody to our July 1st City Council work session meeting. Our meetings are public and you're welcome to join us in person by watching from the Council's agenda page, Zoom, YouTube, or SLC TV. We hope you'll continue to join us in whatever manner is most comfortable. This is a work session meeting during which there is no public comment. Please join us tonight at our 7 p.m. formal meeting to share your comments with us. We, of course, welcome your feedback anytime by mail to P.O. Box 145476, Salt Lake City, Utah 84114-5476, by email at council.comments@slc.gov, or via our 24-hour phone comment line 801-535-7654. Comments we receive on agenda topics are shared with council members and posted to our website, slccouncil.com. The first item on our agenda for today is updates from the administration. So I think for this we have Katie Reiser and Andrew Johnson. Come on down. Oh, and Lindsay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, take it away.
All right, I think we've got some slides. First up, we want to remind everyone to visit our webpage for ongoing opportunities to engage with the city on various neighborhood projects. You can find that at slc.gov/feedback. Next slide.
I'm so sorry. I have not received slides for this. If you could forward those over to me just real quick, I'll get them up for you immediately.
I will resend those and we can keep going.
Okay.
It is a pretty light update, so we'll interpret. The main update for this week is from our Public Lands Department. Public Lands is working on a long-term plan to care for and improve Liberty Park, one of our city's most beloved public spaces. As part of this effort, they are developing two guiding documents, a cultural landscape report to understand the park's history and current condition, and a vision plan to help shape its future. Right now, we need the public's input. A public survey is live to help guide future improvements and preservation efforts. You can find that at slc.gov/parks. The other thing that we wanted to highlight is a variety of upcoming community events. July is packed with a lot of exciting events happening all across the city, many of which are supported through the Mayor's ACE grant. Don't miss the city-sponsored drone shows that will be lighting up the sky on July 4th at Jordan Park and July 24th at Liberty Park. You'll also see our city staff out at several events, including the first encampment celebration, where our community liaisons will be hosting office hours. So it's a great chance to stop by, ask questions, and allow residents to share what's on their mind. And that's it. That's a quick update. So if there's any questions, open that up. If not, I'll pass it off to Andrew.
Afternoon, council members. The first slide you're not seeing right now is something you will recognize from my general updates. Occupancy at the HRCs continues to be high at 96%, give or take, for the last weeks. However, for folks listening, there are some beds available. The turnover on a daily basis, particularly in the West Valley location, and then every night at St. Vincent de Paul downtown, they have a first come, first serve shelter option down there. There's no EIM this week. The July 4th holiday has backed things up, but there will be rapid intervention throughout the week. They're at Victory Road, Redwood Road, west side of the 9 line, California Avenue, Gladiola Street, and then Central City and Topher Park. There's also a resource fair on July 18th at Library Square, and this is a big one in collaboration with the Veterans Administration. There'll be a lot of focus on veterans in the community and trying to make sure we engage with them and get them into services and housing. As well, the Justice Court and 3rd District Court will be there for their outreach. There is another, oh, perfect, the slides are up. Next slide, please. There is a request to do an update on the Huntsman Mental Health Institute Crisis Center. So I want to provide a little information for you all. I can take questions as well, as much as I can answer them. But as you can see, it opened in March. They've been open about 3 months, give or take. It's really it's a 3-story facility divided into really 2 big programs. One is the crisis program, which is really on the first floor, and that has 30 beds, but that's supposed to be a short-term immediate triage intervention. And so those 30 beds are divided into different sections. They also have the ability to take folks in custody from law enforcement on the back side of the building and bring them in a different way. But it's a walk-in center for anybody in the front doors anytime, day or night. The second piece is inpatient beds up on the 3rd floor. And right now they have 16 of the 24 beds they'll have eventually. So you'll stay in the crisis bed for less than 24 hours, and oftentimes you won't be going inpatient there at all. You'll be referred out, either back home where you're from or other programs. But if you do need a longer stay, you can go upstairs, and they can do a longer-term stability work with you with medications, engagement and treatment there, and also referral out to other services longer term. They are at 100% capacity, generally speaking. They anticipate opening up the next 8 beds in August when they have some more providers online. And I want to give a shout out to Kevin Curtis and his team over at the Mental Health Crisis Center. It is very, very hard to find professionals, specifically psychiatrists, and they have at least 2 more, I believe, coming on this summertime. So kudos to them for being able to pull that off. They've so far seen about 2,000 clients, and a couple things that might be pertinent to Salt Lake City. 30 of them, actually, in the last few weeks, I believe, 30 from Salt Lake City Police, that's 11% of the total, and about 4% of their total from Salt Lake City Fire Department. I would anticipate it to be a little higher, but that's a good sign in a lot of ways in that the community is using this overall, and it's not just one city, which is the point for the whole county. Now, high utilization for the crisis beds, obviously, and then a big piece is about how quickly, when you walk in the door, do you get into a bed. So they're about 7 minutes on average right now, which is very, very good, and that's the point. We want people to be able to immediately get triaged in there. So their goal is to accept people, triage them, stabilize, and then refer out. You're not supposed to live in this building. So the quicker you get in, the quicker they can do services, and the quicker, theoretically, you get referred out. Now, when you get referred out, so far, about 70% of folks go back to where they came from at home, and they do outpatient treatment. And this is typical in the community because it's easier to get into outpatient treatment, it's cheaper for everybody in the community and the system, and you can get very, very good care outpatient if you have a place to live. Now, some folks do need inpatient about 20% of the time, and you can see a few times emergency departments and residential treatment are the referral. Residential treatment is different than inpatient. It's just a different level of intensity and location. Oftentimes, inpatient will be in, say, a hospital setting or in this setting, or residential would be in an outpatient, say, treatment program that you can live there and do treatment, say, Odyssey House, First Step House, places like that. There's a lot more information we could give to you all, but that's a good snapshot so far. Kevin Curtis and I have interacted and talked a lot, and he's got a lot of information about their startup process. So it's hard to start a new process up, especially one as big as this. So for the first month to 2 months, even now, they're still kind of right-sizing things, making sure they have the right amount of people, staff on for the right crisis times. They call them surge times, and that's changed since they opened this. They knew what it was up at Uni, at the former location, but seeing a new expanded capacity and more notoriety in the community and more referrals, they've had to make sure they get enough staff in the right place at the right times, make sure the building works properly. So if you hear about hiccups, they have happened along the way in starting this program up, but they've done a tremendous job about correcting those. The 7-minute handoff time is actually half of what it was initially. I would anticipate they'll continue to show improvement that way. But I want to make sure folks know that if you've gone there and it hasn't gone as smoothly as you thought it could have gone, it is getting better. Do it again. We're talking to our first responders as well the same way. This program is a great, great benefit for all of us. So if there's questions, I can try and answer them, or I can refer you to the right folks and we can follow up.
No questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Chair. There's one final thing that we wanted to add to the administrative update per your request, and we're not quite to a point where we can do data reporting on it, but we wanted to which is an update around park security patrols. So as you know, in fiscal year 26 budget, Public Lands was appointed funding to expand security patrols in select city parks to address increased vandalism and other public safety issues. This initiative supports the mayor's public safety plan by improving safety, ensuring equitable security coverage, and addressing overnight park use. So the scope of those services looks like foot patrol and walkthroughs, structure assessments with photos, locking all park restrooms citywide, gate closures where applicable, enforcement of park closure hours, patrol of sensitive areas, coordination with PD for enforcement as needed. Currently, what the patrol looks like is right now in operation is Liberty, Fairmount, Herman Franks, and Allen Park, and then beginning on July 11th, these patrols will be rolled out to Glendale, Jordan, International Peace Gardens, Cottonwood, Riverside, Fisherman's Mansion, and key Jordan River Parkway areas. What reporting will look like is there will be daily incident reports shared with the Public Lands operations, and those will be used to coordinate with the Salt Lake City Police Department. And Parks is also working with All Pro Security to improve accessibility and data sharing with park rangers, parks, and other city divisions to enhance coordination. So as you have questions around this, or you would like different or expanded information added to these updates, we're happy to do that once we get those rolling in earnest.
Yeah. Oh, Councilmember Young.
I really appreciate the update in terms of what the services look like and what can be expected. I would just add on that there's a difference between the services you've described and like 24-hour, or in the case of the nighttime, like 12-hour full-time security. And so as a part of that, it is still reasonable that if somebody was to witness something in the park in terms of camping outside of those hours, that they can still use our non-emergency police line to be able to call in those concerns. So it's a yes and, not that the city is going to be, you know, able to monitor it for the entire night. And so if you see something, say something.
Perfectly said.
I have a question about restrooms. You said they're going to be, I've had a lot of questions about this. Some restrooms that were like permanently closed and like welded shut, and other ones that were just locked. So how is that decision made? Are they all open for the summer, or can you talk more about the restrooms?
That's a great question. I cannot personally speak to that, but we can get you information on that following this.
Yeah, please. Thank you. Any other? Okay. Looks like that's all we have. Thank you. All right, let's move on to agenda item number 2, which is an ordinance for mixed use or MU zoning consolidation, zoning text and map amendment follow-up.
All right, I will give a quick introduction of how we got to where we are today. And then planning has a presentation that they will, as they go through it, we thought that might be the best time to take straw polls on the outstanding questions we have outlined in the staff report. So this is the fifth briefing on this item. Tonight, there's the continued public hearing that the council can consider closing or continuing if you have more questions. Last time we met, the council had a couple questions and we worked with planning staff to get responses to. Those are identified in the staff report and in the presentation. As we step through it, we will ask the straw polls to be clarified on what action council would like to take. There has been some interest in potentially adopting this item tonight. Based off of recommendations from the attorney's office, we do not think that would be appropriate to do at this time, since there are changes that would have to be made to the ordinance. So as of right now, the recommendation is to, if there are changes, instruct staff to make them, and we will have them ready for potential adoption next week if the council is ready to do that. With that, I'll turn the time over to planning to step through, and then just a reminder, once we get to the items that we do have questions on, we'll do a straw poll on them. All right, thanks.
All right, so like Nick mentioned, there were several at the public hearing. So we're here to give you some general information and clarification around those topics that came up and provide some options for the council to consider. Next slide. So the first topic has to do with landmark site setbacks. So we are proposing that local landmarks so we're proposing a setback that applies next to local landmark sites. This is because local landmark sites are protected from demolition and they might remain there forever. So we think they warrant some special consideration to soften the impact of taller buildings. But one thing we want to clarify is that we're not proposing to apply the same setback to national landmark sites. They are not protected from demolition. They could disappear at any time. So it's difficult for us to propose a step back that would apply on someone's property when the reason for that step back may just disappear the next day. But through the consolidation process, the council could downzone specific properties where the council believes a step back is appropriate. And that could include specific national landmark site properties.
Oh, Councilmember Young.
Sorry, I have a question as it relates to the local landmarks. So that's a process that people can apply for at any time, is that correct?
That's correct.
So when would they need to have it by to trigger the requirement of a step back? Like, does that make sense what I'm asking? Just because obviously that process is a little fluid in terms of like, you may be an application, but if somebody is like, I'm pulling a building permit before you get across the finish line, like, help me understand that.
Yeah, so if there is a property owner pulling a permit right now and someone comes in with their proposal to landmark that property, that existing property owner that's developing their building wouldn't be subject to any sort of special step back.
Okay.
They came in before the landmark site came in for adoption, so they would have the right to go forward with the current code as is.
Okay, so if I was concerned about my building related to this, I would need to, at the point of adoption of this ordinance, would be the best time for me to start pursuing that, not waiting to see if there's development happening around me. Is that accurate?
Exactly, yeah, the sooner the better.
Thank you, helpful.
I would advise anybody that's interested in landmarking their building to just reach out to planning staff. We'll work with them.
Sorry, I have one more. Okay, I'm just gonna keep going until Chris cuts me off. So do we have a list of those buildings that have a national landmark?
Yes.
I'm wondering if it's possible for us to reach out and say, like, the city is moving forward with, MU zoning consolidation. As a part of that, you may consider, engaging in the local landmark process because it does not apply to the national designation, just in terms of like proactive communication.
Mm-hmm. We do have a list. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Petro.
And so, like, she was in my brain because, yes, that's exactly, that was like the first thing I was going to say. But secondarily, what is the difference between what is required to qualify for a national landmark versus a local landmark? Is it just age that require?
No, typically the 50 years is what makes a building qualify for national register, and they would go through the National Park Service and the keeper to get that listed, and then that comes with incentives. Locally, it does have to be a pretty unique building to Salt Lake City to have it locally designated. We do have a lot of landmark sites because the state register list, I believe in the 80s, was carried over to the local register. So there's a little bit of a history there, but there is a difference as far as like local history and the importance to Salt Lake City versus the national register.
And is the process onerous, or would an average citizen be able to, legal representation or an architect?
Yeah,
or
it would be a map amendment. So because we would apply the overlay, Typically, if it is on the National Register, there's that history that's already been done, so like a intensive level survey. So they could take that documentation, turn it into a nomination to the city.
I think I'm interested in making it, I mean, there still has to be some litmus test. It can't just be, stop development because this has been here, But on the other side, like, I live in Rose Park. We're 75 years old and we have none. I have to believe that the process is partially a barrier to seeing through. So I would be interested in making sure that the process, if we are making this a contingency, that the process is approachable by our constituents who have a good faith reason to seek this protection.
Councilmember Lobo Chavez.
Thanks. I just wanted to highlight the Sampson Altadena, and I think the step back would really benefit projects like this that are in process of their local designation application. I just wanted to ask real quick, I know this is in regards to step backs, but could you help me identify the rear and side, setbacks related to local landmark buildings?
Yeah, so we have the diagram up there. So that special angled step back would apply from every point of their building if it was a local landmark site. So no matter side, rear,
That's
they
great.
would have to follow that.
Okay,
Yep.
great. And is there any, does that restrict the locally designated building if they wanted to amend their building or add an amenity, height, et cetera, in the future?
So that step back requirement wouldn't impact them, but they would be, if they were a local landmark site, would be subject to the historic landmark site
Sure.
review process.
Okay,
And all those.
perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up question to that, and then I'll get to you, Councilmember Mono. Just on those buildings, my recollection was that there was, we were doing something as part of this ordinance change. Is it just that they're turning in their paperwork to get a local designation, or wasn't there, I thought there was something else that we had considered for those properties?
The Sampson Altadena.
Yeah.
So the abutting property is already vested under the existing code, so they're not subject to this step back if the Sampson Altadena was to become a local landmark site. They are, I believe, going to landmarks this week and Planning Commission in the subsequent weeks. So, yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I had thought, for some reason I had thought that there was something particularly in the ordinance change that applied specifically to, in the most recent changes, but I might be misremembering.
Mr. Chair.
No? Okay.
I
Thanks.
think what you're thinking of is the last bullet point on the slide, which is that if we wanted to, we could downzone their property, the Sampson Altadena parcel, and then that would immediately have step backs on all the adjacent parcels, with the exception that the one that already has approval is still vested.
I think that was it, actually. And so, hold on, I already said I was going to call them. Is it about this? Okay, sorry, we'll be right back.
I was just going to ask if we know whether the Sampson
I was going to
Altadena
answer
parcel-
that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Lopez Chavez, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In communication with the president of the HOA for the Sampson Altadena, they are not interested in a downzone.
Oh,
Okay.
wow. That's interesting. Okay. Anything else on Sampson Altadena? Or just this slide?
I just wanted to clarify, if I could, Mr. Chair, in case the any permits or for the adjacent parcel expired, then the step back would influence a future project. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do we know the expiration date?
We'd have to check that.
Okay,
Yeah.
no problem. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Great. Okay. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so the second topic that came up is regarding parking changes. So the MU proposal would be changing parking requirements and move to a distance from transit system. So the closer a property is to transit, the lower their parking requirement would be. So there will be an increase in parking requirements for a small number of properties. Some examples of that are East Downtown. But there are other examples where parking requirements will go down. Some examples are Granary and along 300 West, where properties are actually close to existing transit stations. But one thing to point out is the MU2 and 3 zones. These are the zones that are generally next to or within our low-scale residential neighborhoods. The parking requirements for those zones will stay exactly the same, so the impact should be staying exactly the same.
Okay. Yeah, that was a follow-up question that I had is in the, along North Temple, and 6th West. So that's, where we already had a TSA overlay. This wouldn't lower the parking it wouldn't change anything.
It would depend on exactly where the property is. So if those TSA properties were a bit further away from transit, like on the very north end or so, those parking requirements could potentially go down from what they are right now, or up.
Okay.
Because they're further away from transit.
But would they go down?
Generally, no, because the TSA core that's next to those transit stations is already pretty low already. Okay. But on the fringes, you probably would see an increase slightly in the parking requirement.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions on parking? Great, thank you.
All right, next slide, please. Okay, so another topic that came up is setbacks next to residential zone properties. So the current buffer requirements for zones vary a lot. So we're moving them all to a standard setback that applies more universally to every MU zone. So when an MU zone is next to a residential zone that only allows development under 35 feet in height, like the R1, R2, RMF 30 zones, you would have to incorporate a 10-foot landscape buffer along that shared property line, and it would have to include 4-foot tall shrubs, trees every 30 feet, and a 6-foot solid fence along the property line. And that does increase to 20 feet when you are along a rear property line. And then on top of that, an upper step back of 10 feet also applies after 30 feet of height, and that 30-foot height threshold is meant to align with the residential maximum height level of 28 feet. So in general, these match or exceed the current buffer requirements for most zones, but some zones will see reduced setbacks when next to residential zones. Some examples here are the TSA and RO zones, where they currently have a side setback of 15 to 25 feet, and that would change to a universal 10 feet on the side.
Okay.
Next slide, please. Another topic that came up is the additional height in Sugar House. So the core Sugar House zone is proposed for a 2-story increase in height to 125 feet from the existing 105, with an extra 25 feet allowed south of 21st South in the very core of the Sugar House area. And the purpose of that increase is to better align with building code requirement costs. After you hit about 85 feet or so, you have to switch to a steel or heavy timber construction, which brings with it a lot of costs. So essentially, residential buildings are capping out at 85 feet, and they're not becoming feasible again until they hit about 125 feet or so. So this is intended to align with realistic development potentials and support additional height and density. And then related to that, there were questions about where there's sufficient transit in the area to support more height and density. And so this map here shows that most of the Sugar House core is currently within a 5-minute walk of the Fairmont S-Line station. And there is a new station plan for Highland Drive that would put virtually all of the Sugar House core within a 5-minute walk of the S-Line station. And that a 5-minute walk is a very high level of transit access, and it's very conducive to its use.
Councilmember Young.
Thank you. So I just wanted a chance to address this because I've gotten a lot of questions about it. So just to clarify, when we say south of 2100 South, we are also speaking about between McClelland and 13th East, so not anywhere like south of 2100 South. Okay.
That's right.
So thank you for that. So two pieces that I just want to say in terms of why I support this. First and foremost has to do with feedback that we've gotten both from Planning Commission as well as that there's a concern about creating quote unquote the canyon walls. And so in the current design where we have a capped height of 125 across all of these blocks, in order to maximize, potential building potential, we're seeing basically building all at that height. And it's creating kind of more of like a canyon effect in terms of not necessarily having the sunlight. That is currently the only option for the developers who are looking to necessarily, be able to create more opportunities to live in Sugar House. And that by adding this additional height, I think to your point, we create more options, not just in terms of more places for people to live in Sugar House, but also more opportunities for there to be more open space, more green space, because we're concentrating the height in certain areas that already have existing height and can take that and are not necessarily near our individual residents. So that's part of it. The other part that I want to speak to, because I met with one of our amazing partners at the Housing Authority this morning, and they were talking about what's coming with the Fairmont Senior Living Affordable Housing that this council approved and moved forward. Right now, that is slated for about 110 units of affordability, and it is specific to seniors. There is nothing else in the docket currently related to affordability in Sugar House, and as someone who has had the opportunity to go tour and see a lot of the new buildings that are incredible, they are double my mortgage. And as someone who comes from education and is a champion for our public servants, we need to see additional solutions, and this creates an incentive to have affordability in the building to be able to see that become a reality in Sugar House. So thank you for the opportunity to share those thoughts. I support this and appreciate it.
Thanks.
Okay.
Okay. Next slide.
All right. So the current CSHBD 1 requires a 15-foot step back located after 30 feet in building height. The mixed-use consolidation proposes to change the step back to 10 feet after 85 feet in height. The impetus for the change was to reduce fire code conflicts. Additionally, the large step back is not necessary for wide streets. If the council is interested in applying a larger step back, we have come up with the following 3 options. So the first, we could require a 10-foot step after 30 feet on all streets, less than 90 feet in width. The second, we could adjust the 10 feet after 45 feet of height. And the third, apply 10 feet after 30 feet and only apply to Sugar House, the extra high area between 2100 South, I-80 McClelland, and 13th East. These options are in response to the council requesting additional information from planning staff. And we can talk about those options right now.
Yeah, please.
Yes, can we talk about them? So in terms of the options there, I mean, I think I lean towards options 1 or 3. I know that, like I said, a lot of the concern is related to that canyon effect. By creating those step backs, it makes a difference in terms of what the feel of the street is, and most importantly, how it impacts some of our existing historic buildings like the Sprague Library, the old post office. And so to me, 1 or 3 meets that need. I'd love to hear from planning and or the rest of council what the difference is, or what your thoughts are on applying it citywide, since my context that I'm specifically looking at is the Highland Drive area along 2100.
Hold on. Do you want to respond to that first?
We can take some more questions and then
Okay.
maybe
Councilmember
respond.
Romano.
Oh, okay, I just wanted to clarify. So the Sugar House step back, the existing one in the code that will be dissolved, only applies to the front facade of the building. What if there's a corner building? Does it apply to both street-facing facades?
It does, yep.
Okay.
Both
And
facades.
then does the new MU step back that's currently proposed at 10 after 85 also apply to only front facades, or is it also side and rear yards?
Just the front and corner, and then there's separate step backs that apply, like the landmark side
Depending
one
on
and the open
if you're
space.
adjacent. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And then, so any of these three options would still only apply to front and corner setbacks? Okay.
Correct. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Dugan.
Could you just walk me through the streets less than 90 feet? Is it face to face or is it curb to curb?
Face to face, so it'd be the right of way itself, yeah, from the property line on one side to the property line on the other side.
Okay, and I think on the staff report it talked about there's not that many streets over 90 feet. And can you remind me which one those were? And
So most city streets are around, the major streets are around 130 feet in width, but a number of the smaller sugar house streets are under 90 feet in width, so that's why we targeted the 90-foot width requirement. So the 90-foot width requirement would also end up applying to a number of mid-block, interior block streets that kind of cross through our mega blocks near downtown.
so I can't remember if 2100 South, is that greater than 90? Say it's at 2100 and 13th, is that greater than 90 feet? Okay, I wasn't quite sure.
Yep. And then Highland Drive itself is under the 90 feet, so that's why we
Okay, so
targeted
Highland
that.
Drive is under 90
Yep,
feet.
it would fall under that.
Okay.
Yep.
And I would just add, so is like Councilmember Dugan, like McClelland, which is like within that area, but is just going to be like a narrower street.
I would also add there are a lot of streets in the ballpark area that this would do under 90 feet.
Yep. Yep. So the first option would apply pretty broadly across the city. Some areas downtown, some areas near 300 West, Ballpark, and Sugar House. And there might be some portions along 400 South where there might be a side street where it would apply. And the other one would be more targeted just to Sugar House.
In Ballpark, like, is Major Street less than 90 feet?
I think Richards and Major.
You have that up. Sorry, it takes a minute.
I'm, Mr. Chair, if it's okay.
Yes.
I'm curious if planning staff, if you have a preference for one of these three options, or if they're all sort of equally.
I think our recommendation was the more universal one.
Option one.
It's easier for us to apply a similar standard across a zone universally than having to capture a unique location. But the one thing that does help on number 3 is that we already have a unique location call out for the additional height. So it wouldn't be too much harder, but the first option is the simpler option.
That's the way I kind of read it as well. And I agree with Councilmember Young that 1 or 3 are the ones that I would be more comfortable with. And I'm sure I'm going to work on a project in the future where I'm going to be mad that I said this, but I sort of think we should go with number 1, which is the more universal. And it's kind of an equity issue, right? Like if we are saying additional step backs are valuable in Sugar House on streets less than 90, why would they not be valuable in Ballpark on streets less than 90, just because the Ballpark doesn't have as many residents asking for it at this point in time? So I sort of feel like 1 is the way we should go, but I'm open to, I guess I'd say I agree with you. It seems simpler and it seems more equitable. So I think we should go that way.
Just to address your question, Councilmember Mano, for example, sections of West Temple are less than 90, Andrew Avenue is less than 90, Bryan Avenue is less than 90, and sections of Major Street are less than.
How do you find that? Is that in the GIS?
I just did a quick measurement. So
okay, got it.
less than.
I support 1 as well.
Okay.
Do we straw poll?
I cannot propose a straw poll, but you can.
Okay, so I would like to propose a straw poll that we adopt the option of requiring 10-foot step after 30 feet on streets less than 90 feet in width across all the MU consolidation efforts.
All right, that's unanimous.
Great. Next slide, please. The last briefing, the council requested to upzone these blocks, the Snellgrove and Midas blocks, from MU5 and 6 to an MU8. Subsequent questions came in about requiring a development agreement specific to the small businesses located on the Midas block. Unfortunately, a development agreement cannot be created with the mixed-use consolidation. And if the council is interested in entering into an agreement, a petition initiated by the property owner would be the best approach.
Thank you for addressing all the Sugar House issues. I appreciate we are the majority of this discussion. So let me just ask, how long does an average rezone petition take?
It varies. I would say anywhere from 6 to 9 months. Sometimes 12.
Nick?
I think 6 to 9 for what planning has to do, and typically once it gets to the council, it takes a little bit more time. I think it's usually about a 10 to 12 month process.
Okay, so I will say my concern related to that is watching what's happening to the homeowners who live near these particular parcels while the properties are, kind of sitting and waiting. I can specifically speak to the Snellgrove area, which we get quite a few phone calls from the neighbors who live on the back side of that property related to a lot of impact from camping because it is out of the way, it is not on a busy street, and it just kind of lends itself to a lot of individuals being able to camp in an area without necessarily it being observed very readily, and it takes individual residents calling in for us to know about that. The request in terms of being able to have this be at MU8, I think as well helps with some of the form-based zoning requirements. I know everyone looks at it through the lens of what's the absolute tallest it could go at any given time, but that is form-based, and there are certainly forms that are being considered for these properties that may be less than what that looks like. Last but not least is my concern related to the existing businesses that are on the Midas block. So the longer that we drag out the process related to a potential rezone, those buildings or those businesses are receiving less and less traffic because there's less and less certainty about what is to come with that property. And we just saw Hrishka's Kolaches choose to move out of that area because there is uncertainty about what's to come and what the timeline is for that. So I am not interested in changing it back at this time, but open to feedback from the other council members.
Councilmember Romano.
So just for clarification, you would like to keep those as MU8, even though we can't do a development agreement? Okay, I propose a straw poll that we support Councilmember Young's request to keep that at MU8.
Okay.
All right, next slide. All right, this is specific to the transitional overlay. Planning staff created the transitional overlay to avoid the majority of the existing uses becoming non-conforming, specifically along the 700 West, M1 to MU6, as well as existing CG properties. To address some of the concerns we received during the previous public hearing, Staff recommends adding 3 additional conditional uses. These include outdoor storage, equipment rental, specifically outdoor, contractor's yard outdoor, and to allow contractor's yard office indoor as a permitted use.
Can I just, one more thing to add? Some of you met with the property owners, a few of the property owners along 7th West. This does not address their concern entirely. They appreciate adding these, but their concern is that the overall plan would bring more residential into this area. Based off of the feedback we've heard so far, the council has been more supportive of moving forward with what planning is proposed, but you will not be able to address those concerns of the property owners unless you do something to keep residential from coming into this area, which we've not heard a lot of support for.
Councilmember Mono.
I'm supportive of adding these conditional and permitted uses, and I think that we should. I continue to feel like we should allow residential to happen in there, understanding the business owners' concerns. One thing that I'll just note is that I've had many meetings with business owners with similar concerns along 3rd West, and we have seen residential start to come into there. And I won't say that there's zero conflicts, but the conflicts I've heard were more related to things like construction concerns specific to the 300 West protected bike lane that we added, and less so about the adjacency to residential. So I think 300 West is a good example of industrial uses being able to coexist with residential, and I think that what we've been looking at in terms of 7th West is still appropriate. So I would say add these 3 additional conditional uses and the contractor's yards, but keep the rest of the proposed ordinance the same.
Councilmember Dugan.
Just a question for Councilmember Mono. This is the conversation we had, Councilmember Mono had a few weeks ago, discussing more of the conversation was on 17 South, but developing that area. And so, am I correct? Yeah, okay, so I appreciate that, and I'm with you on that one. I agree.
Okay, anything further on this? Okay.
Okay, I propose a straw poll that we add outdoor storage, equipment rental outdoor, and contractor's yard outdoor as conditional uses, and contractor's yard / office indoor as a permitted use to the transitional overlay zone.
Okay, that is unanimous.
Thank you. Next slide.
Can I ask real quick, Nick? Then there just is, essentially, we just have to make a choice on those outstanding issues then, right? There's nothing left to be done. It's just, we have to make the choice to either disappoint someone and prioritize family housing or, okay.
All right. During the prior briefing, the City Council supported a zone change from FBUN1 to MU6, the property along Green Street and 2100 South. This is to accommodate the existing commercial uses. That is the strip mall that has Trader Joe's. The council could modify the designation to MU3, which would limit the development potential to 3 to 4 stories. Both MU3 and 6 would eliminate the current nonconforming status caused by the FBUN1 district, which is it's currently zoned. Before you today is either MU3 or MU6 for these properties.
Councilmember Young.
So I appreciate bringing forward that there's a choice here, and I think that the choice of MU3 just allows for more of the transitional component related to some of the height in the area. I know that these streets have seen a lot of increased traffic, mainly because of the traffic on 2100 South, but also due to interest in the Trader Joe's area. And so I worry about how that additional height could impact even more traffic related to some of those neighborhoods. So I would make the request for MU3 for that particular segment.
Okay, any other? No, okay,
Do we need a straw poll?
go ahead.
So I would like to propose for the Green Street Strip Mall that the council makes a recommendation to zone the parcel noted as MU3 instead of MU6.
Okay, that's unanimous.
Quick question on this one. Sorry, it's a little
Go
late
ahead.
after, but thank you, Mr. Chair. If I remember right, this parcel, they were, when we talked about this, these are parcels that have multiple zonings, or so how will that affect, or will it affect at all the other parcels? Remind me of if the changes are applied to some of the other pieces, or how would development look like if not?
Yeah, so the zones are very similar because they're going to be both MU zones. There wouldn't be any sort of setback requirement required because it's just one property, but essentially it would just require a stepping down as it gets closer to Green Street.
That makes sense. Thank you.
All right,
All right, next slide. That's it.
There is actually one more, our favorite one, the transition period for this to become effective, or, excuse me, not to become effective, but the amount of time that people could use either the existing zoning or this new zoning. When we talked with the council last time, you were all fine with anywhere from 3 to 6 months. Planning staff prefers, after talking with them, they prefer 3 months so that this can get on the books and start moving through it. You have received some requests from property owners who are in the middle of projects that this would be extended out to 6 months to give them time. They feel that they need the 6 months to be able to move forward with the project they're already working on.
Councilmember Young.
So I would like to make the request for 6 months, just because I'm very familiar with the existing efforts in terms of time and planning to be able to draw up designs and things along those lines, and yet people may still be lining up financing and things like that and not be ready to submit, but have already done all the legwork. And so, for me, I think the 6 months is definitely generous, and I know that that's not staff's preference, but I would appreciate if we could, have that grace period, just so that we're not, asking people to go back and start from scratch if it takes them a little longer to get there.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I also would like the 6 months, and even more so because of the thing that we voted on with the step backs. That could affect a lot of parcels that are currently in the planning process. And so I think that 3 months is not enough for that.
Okay. Is there a concern from planning staff about 6 months?
I guess the only difficulty with 6 months is to provide dual information to people coming to us for information what zoning they should follow. It is a little messy. There is the opportunity for mistakes, but it is doable. It just takes more resources and, again, the opportunity for some errors.
Okay.
And
To just clarify, it would be both are available.
Correct, yes. So I think that the way that I understand it, yes, I know that's the worst thing for staff, and I'm sorry. But I know that there are several projects that have been kind of waiting for us to make these changes and are ready to move forward with their development. Mm-hmm. But there are also projects that these are pretty big changes, and with the step back thing, parking becoming a greater parking requirement on some parcels, there are projects that will become, that will need to completely start over. And I think 3 months doesn't give enough time to get through that process.
And,
Thank you.
And just to clarify, so the 6-month period, someone could submit an application to use the MU zone, but we wouldn't be issuing permits for those until the 6 months has passed and it's absolutely effective.
Oh, I thought both could be used.
Oh, yeah, me too.
So not to contradict you, because I hate to do that. So, my understanding was that this would be adopted at the time that it is adopted, then this new zoning consolidation would become effective. And that for those 6 months, people could still use the old one as well.
Yeah, that was my understanding as well. I know we discussed, because when we did the RMF 30, we also put in like a delayed implementation. But I thought that we had discussed that this was we were using a different tool for this. Mm-hmm. I'm getting like...
You did discuss that. I would just, if the attorney's office if they have any concerns with that option, no, okay. We can implement both codes for 6 months.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Young.
So I just had one other piece, and I know that you've helped me through it, but I just, for the good of anyone, the 5 people who are listening. So we had also had a conversation about financial drive-throughs, and then we also had a conversation through public comment related to how that applies to pharmacy. I was just wondering if you could explain that piece for anyone who may be concerned.
Absolutely. So we actually created a new land use for pharmacies with drive-throughs, and those are added to the majority of the MU districts. So that's been addressed in the Sugar House area.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Related to what Councilmember Mono said, though, about that there are several projects I know that are waiting on this. I know I've had constituents contact me about it as well. So what is the reason for can you talk to a little bit more about the recommendation that we wait for adoption until the 8th?
We might have to have the attorneys come provide the feedback on their recommendation. Our understanding is just that since there are changes being made to the ordinance, as I go through our checklist, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 changes at least. Because the public hasn't been able to see them, the council had not confirmed that that's what they wanted, that is why we would need to wait a week so they can be in the paperwork for the public to see, have that time to be able to review it. Even though there may not be another public hearing if the council closes the public hearing tonight, but the public would still have the opportunity to see that, and that would meet state requirements for notifications.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay.
Can we double, just want to make sure, I don't think we straw polled 6 months, did we?
Oh, yes.
I would like to propose that.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to jump in really quick on that. I think the attorney's office just wants to look into having those 2 ordinances in place for 6 months and get back to you all. I don't think that prevents you from having a straw poll right now, but just know that we're looking into that and we'll get back to you.
Hi,
okay.
Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Bowie.
I mean, based on this, I felt uncomfortable having a straw poll. I think that's my desire as well. But I just want to make sure that we don't confuse people or our staff or ourselves. Do we know when we could hear from the attorney's office about the correct process on this? No, when is it proximate next meeting or?
Yeah, we'll try and get back to you guys soon.
Yeah, I just want to know because there is adoption on this is looming, and I really want to make sure that we get to the bottom of it. There's a lot of pressures on this, some for going faster, some for going slower. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
So we don't need to do the straw poll, so we're not going to do the straw poll just because of that. Okay.
I don't think so. I mean, you can propose one, but, okay.
Could we, could we straw poll subject to the attorney's office recommendation? If they come back and say, sure, yeah, we're okay with the 6 months, then we're good to go. If they come back and say no,
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's, does someone want to suggest a straw poll?
Okay, wait. So I'll take a stab. Straw poll that we move forward with 6 months as the window where both would be available, subject to the attorney's office being okay with that. But wait, no. What happens if they're not okay with it? Then there's no. We need a backup.
yeah, I mean, because then actually then the 3 months would not apply either. If you can't do it for 6 months, you wouldn't be able to do it for 3 months. So.
And if, I have even another one to throw in here, if we'd had a shorter window to use both, but somehow we stipulated, and I don't know if the attorneys will like this, that developers submit some sort of letter of intent to use one or the other code, and if they don't submit an application and get vested, then it just goes away at 3 or 6 months. Just throwing that out there.
I think what would be helpful is to get direction from the council on if they want to, because I think we want to look into this, but I think it'd be helpful to get direction on whether you want to have 2 options in place, and we can work through how best to do that, or how long you want those options in place. Because there is also a possibility that maybe it's not legally compliant to have 2 options in place. So again, we'll have to look into that. But it would be helpful to have direction from you all on what you would prefer as an option if that is legally compliant.
Okay, so I'll just do the first part of the straw poll. I would straw poll that we have 2 options, both available for a period of 6 months, starting with when we adopt this.
That's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to agenda item number 3. This is an ordinance regarding design review standards amendments.
This text amendment was initiated by the Planning Commission, and it would clarify when existing standards apply, ensure language in city code achieves the standard's intent, and delete standards from the design review chapter found elsewhere in the zoning ordinance. And I'll turn it over to Amanda and Kelsey.
Thank you. As I mentioned, this petition was initiated in November of 2023 by the Planning Commission. The original request was to review the design review standards and remove one of the standards that is related to building modulation. The Commission believes that the standard leads to the over-articulation of buildings and does not necessarily reduce the perceived height or the perceived massing of the structure. Next slide, please. So the design review process is triggered when a project does not meet the design standards in Chapter 21A 37. Design review is in 21A 59. The design standards are base zoning requirements that every new building must adhere to. Elements include ground floor use, building materials, building entrances, glass, lighting, screening of service areas, and then building height and length. The standards can either apply in a yes/no fashion, or a percentage is listed that varies by zoning district. So for example, screening of mechanical equipment has the same requirements across any zone that requires it, while the ground floor use percentage can vary. The purpose of the design review process, which is regulated in Chapter 59, is to ensure high-quality outcomes for larger developments that have more of a significant impact on the city. The process provides flexibility in applying the design standards, recognizing that not all development scenarios can be anticipated. And then, as mentioned, the amendment will clarify the code for clarity, ensure the language meets the intent of the standard, and then delete duplicate standards. The goals are to reduce subjectivity, establish a consistent review framework for planning staff, and then provide clearer expectations to applicants. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The standards listed on the screen have been determined to be applicable to all projects going through the design review process, regardless of the requested modifications to the base design standards in Chapter 21A37. Some of the most common design standards that applicants request to modify are building materials and glass, building length and height, and ground floor use. The design review process is administrative, and the petitions are reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission. With this amendment, staff has clarified that Standard E is only applicable to buildings going through the design review process for exceeding the maximum street-facing facade length as specified in Chapter 21A37, and then Standard G only applies to buildings where additional building height is being requested as allowed in the base zoning district. When going through the design review process, applicants are required to address each subsection and the standards within the subsection. They intend to provide guidance rather than being overly prescriptive, but each standard will just need to be spoken to and evidence provided as to how the project meets the standard, or if it's not applicable. I'm going to touch on 4 of the 11 design review standards: pedestrian interest, building massing, facade length, and building height. Next slide, please. Thank you. Standard C is pedestrian interest. This standard is meant to increase pedestrian interest and promote street activation. The amendment has some new standards that I'll go over. We're proposing that if the ground floor contains residential uses, each primary building entrance and unit entrance must include a defined entry feature. And then also a new standard would require buildings on corner lots to have an entrance. If there is a building that has two corner facades, then only one entrance would need to be provided. Next slide, please. Standard D is building massing. So the intent of this standard is to reduce the visual massing of buildings and relate them to the human scale. The massing and scale structures should be proportionate, and architectural elements should be compatible with existing development patterns. Staff aims to enhance the architectural quality of buildings by focusing on depth and dimensionality of larger facades, and many of the structures that go through this process are bigger in nature. So to achieve this, we're proposing 2 new standards and have revised the text for clarity. The standards include guidelines on the screen that for human scale proportions by requiring taller buildings to have a distinct base, and then also requiring buildings going through this process to have recessed window openings. Providing window reveals is also a requirement of new construction in local historic districts, but it exempts affordable housing projects, which helps keep the cost of housing low. So we do understand that window reveals might lead to higher construction costs, and just wanted to continue that conversation. Next slide, please. Here's the actual language, and we can move back to it if needed. Next slide. Here's an example of a building that has nicely incorporated massing, that use the massing standards well. So the Dixon Apartments and Sugar House, they have a clearly defined base. It's a 2-story glass base, and the apartments are stepped back from the ground and second floor. The windows are inset and with traditional proportions, and the building materials are differentiated but not overly busy. It also includes the secondary architectural elements that are under the massing standard, such as balconies, awnings, and decorative window lintels. Next slide, please. So additional street-facing facade length. This one's gonna be a little bit more detailed. So the standards of Standard E aim to break up long facades, making buildings seem smaller by using proportional massing, visual interest, transparency, and ground level activity. This standard would only apply to buildings that exceed the facade length as specified under the design standards in Chapter 37. The proposal is to allow a, let's see, actually, next slide. I'm gonna bring up the standards. Thank you. The proposal is to allow a 25% increase in building length if the project is approved through the design review process. This would result in a maximum building length across the city of 250 feet, whereas today, building length is unlimited if it is approved through the design review process. We've reviewed buildings that were granted additional building height, and of the building length. Of the 15 buildings that I reviewed, only one building exceeded 100 feet in height. It's actually not going to be built. The property was sold, but many of the other buildings did not reach the maximum height permitted in the zoning district. So this is a result of both allowing the density to extend out instead of up, and then also due to building code and construction types changing from podium construction to high-rise. The next part of the code is that if a building exceeds the maximum street-facing facade length, staff is proposing that the ground floor use requirement cannot also be reduced through the design review process. So, for example, the additional length couldn't be used for ground level parking because it isn't considered an active use, and the ground floor would need to meet the pedestrian interest standards. If the development is located in a zone without a ground floor use requirement, the requirement would become 75%. So this is lower than the required ground floor use requirement in the downtown zones, which is 90%, 80% in Sugar House, TSA, and then 3 of the 4 downtown zones. And I understand the zoning districts are changing and some of those percentages are changing, but 75% is lower than many of the base zones. And then we also added land uses that are exempt from having a maximum building length, understanding that there are some uses that are more unique in form and function. Next slide, please. Here's the proposed code language I'll keep on the screen. So while reducing the maximum building length may be controversial, it does play a significant role in shaping our overall development pattern, and we also recognize the need for flexibility. So one option we've discussed internally but has not included in this proposal is allowing greater building length in exchange for public benefits, such as including percentage of affordable housing or affordable commercial space. This would help balance the need of larger buildings being built and then also provide tangible community benefits. And then it also helped to disperse affordable housing throughout the city, as additional building length is found in the proposed mixed-use zones that are sprinkled throughout, as well as all the commercial zones. And then, we did not add that to this proposal, but we're happy to continue that conversation. Next slide, please. We all know this building, the Exchange on 400 South. This building was approved for additional building length. The staff approval explains that the upper levels of the structure utilize variations in color, materials. It provides recessed windows and projecting balconies to help visually break up the overall massing of the structure. And then the white structure next door is also very long, but the curve in the facade and the changes in the wall plane do a good job at reducing the perceived scale and length of it. And it also adds visual interest. Next slide. And then just 2 examples of buildings that would be exempt from the two types of buildings that would be exempt from having a maximum building length based on their use. Next slide, please. And then additional building height. So this section would address standards for projects seeking additional building height as allowed in the underlying zoning district. Proposed standards require the applicant to address potential wind and snow impacts. That's the current requirement. Rooftop mechanical equipment must be screened from public view. And then really the biggest new one would be that buildings abutting a landmark site would need to feature a horizontal element on the street-facing facade that aligns with a corresponding element of the historic building. This could be like the base, which is addressed in the other standards, belt cornice, et cetera, to just better incorporate in next to a landmark site. Next slide, please. Here is the actual language that we can go back to if needed. Next slide, please. And then some other modifications. There's proposed to be a new requirement for a streetscape study to be submitted with all design review petitions. This is a requirement for new construction as well. It just allows us to see how the building fits in with the surrounding context. We are proposing to allow or to have children amenity space be one of the allowable options for public space. And it's not a requirement, but we have a list of different options that could be provided to meet the standard if it is addressed. So children's amenity space could be in the form of playgrounds, splash pads, or other similar features. And then the screening standards now match the language in Chapter 37 under the design standards, and then other standards were deleted that are already covered in other zoning chapters. And that is my presentation. Let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Young.
So in the fact that this was a planning commission initiated request, would it be safe to assume that they have seen a lot of applications come through where there were either questions and or additional administrative burden because the code wasn't clear, and that this helps to address some of those challenges?
We just have a lot of discussions with the Planning Commission about building length specifically and the ground floor of buildings. And so I think a lot of the conversations with applicants come from a staff level with pre-submittals or just working through petitions before they get to the Planning Commission, and that's where a lot of the confusion is. And so we were just hoping to clarify some of the language, simple as putting or instead of and when that's what it's intended, and just adding some standards or removing standards that are found elsewhere, either in the design review chapter itself or just other sections.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification effort. I also appreciate that this is in response to like existing data review that has already happened in terms of informing like what that next step looks like. The one piece that I'll call out that resonates with me most is the fact that you also created exceptions necessary for affordable housing solutions. Not exceptions, pardon me, but.
We actually did not do that. That was discussed. That was not part, it was kind of outside of the overall scope, but as proposed, it is not included as an incentive, but that was more of a topic of conversation to have with you all.
I may have missed something in the slides where it said for windows that there's a different requirement did I miss that?
In local historic districts. And so that could be added to this as well under design review. So in local historic districts, new construction requires a 3-inch window reveal. That's not required if the project is affordable housing. And that's just to keep the costs lower.
Okay, so that was my misunderstanding, but I support what you're saying in terms of what that is. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Mono.
Mr. Chair, I also had questions on that. So can you, I'm going to back up a couple of steps. So if a project comes in for design review and asks to increase their facade length or whatever, does that then automatically require the 3-inch reveal, or is that like a one option they can provide in order to get that?
As it's written, any project that went through the design review process would be required to provide that reveal.
For any reason.
Mm-hmm.
I do worry about that because most window manufacturers are, flanged windows. They're attached to the outside of the sheathing, and so we're either artificially increasing the width of the wall, of the facade material in order to create that. Well, let me clarify. Is it 3 inches from the window pane to the exterior face of the facade, or is it to the most protruding part of the window frame?
It's not specified.
Typically it's just measured from the exterior wall to the, not the pane, but the frame.
The frame?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then the frame may be another inch past. So it does increase cost to a building quite a bit. And I know that, I think it wasn't that long ago that we did the thing in the local historic districts and then made the affordable housing exemption. So at the very least, I think we should have the affordable housing exemption in the design review process as well. I'm trying to just think through if that 3-inch reveal is even appropriate, because some projects with a historic district, I can see why we have an argument that historic buildings typically have you know, that they're like this building that's made out of stone, and so they would have that inset. An all glass building, a curtain wall building, will have none of that, and so there's a lot of high quality building styles that would not have a revealed window. So I'm not sure that I think that's appropriate outside of local historic districts at all.
Okay.
But I'm open to your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I'll let Kelsey chime in a second. The code language does say unless the building is clad in all glass. So we do have that written right now, but we can modify it more.
It could also be a requirement for like extra facade length or something like that, where we further heighten the design of the building rather than making it applicable to all design review. It is challenging. I think it does make the building appear better, increases pedestrian activity, but or engagement, but it can be financially cumbersome.
And I can think of really interesting buildings, very high quality, well-designed buildings where the window is intentionally protruding from the building. It's not a historic thing that you would see in architecture, but a lot of great buildings don't have that. So that's something that is, I need to think a little more about that one, but it is a concern for me. And specifically, if we do keep it in, I think we should definitely have the affordable housing exemption.
Anyone else? No? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next on the agenda is an ordinance on parking regulations in the downtown zoning districts, text amendment.
This proposed text amendment also comes from the administration, and it's related to parking regulations in downtown and gateway mixed-use zoning districts. It would consolidate standards for ease of use and eliminate conflicts in city code. It also proposes to eliminate some obsolete review requirements. And I will turn it over to Riley and Amy.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Riley Hall, and I will be presenting a zoning text amendment to the parking regulations in the downtown districts. Next slide, please. This amendment was initiated by the mayor at the request of the Planning Division. Its purpose is to clarify the applicable standards, eliminate conflicting code language, and support the adopted plans, which include Plan Salt Lake, the Downtown Plan, and the North Temple Boulevard Plan. All of these plans emphasize the importance of pedestrian-oriented uses and design standards, especially in downtown. The Planning Division has recently reviewed several text amendments that were processed at the same time, but were adopted at different times. And as a result of this, the parking regulations for the downtown zoning districts are currently in 3 different sections of code. This text amendment aims to reorganize these standards so they are easier to understand for applicants and easier to administer for city staff. The overall intent of these standards, which is to screen parking garages and limit parking at the street level and in front of buildings, is not changing. Staff is recommending that the City Council approves the proposed text amendment. Next slide, please. These changes will affect the downtown zoning districts, which are the D1, D2, D3, D4, and GMU zoning districts. The image on the right side of the slide shows the location. Next slide. Now I'll cover some of the key changes that are part of this text amendment. As currently written in City Code, all parking, whether it's in a parking garage or a surface parking lot, is required to be located behind a building or incorporated into the building. Parking garages are required to have a use other than parking along the street-facing facade of the building on all levels. In addition to these requirements, any new parking lot that is proposed as the only use of a property with frontage on a public street is prohibited when it would result in a building demolition. These provisions are intended to limit parking from being located at the street level and along sidewalks. Staff is proposing to replace these standards with simplified language that states that parking lots may be allowed when they are associated with a building on the same property. In addition, staff is proposing that parking lots may be located both behind and to the side of the building. The images on the slide demonstrate where parking lots can be located under the proposed changes. If parking is located to the side of the building, staff is proposing new standards that would limit their size and proximity to the sidewalk. If the proposal is adopted, existing legally established parking lots can continue their use until the property is redeveloped. Upon redevelopment, the new proposal will be required to comply with all current city code requirements at that time. Next slide, please. Staff is also proposing changes to the design standards that apply to the upper levels of parking garages. There are existing ground floor design standards when the building faces a street. These include providing active uses, a certain amount of glass, and certain building materials. The ground floor standards aren't proposed to be changed as part of this text amendment. In the downtown area, there are design standards that apply to new construction and additions, and there is another set of design standards that specifically applies to parking garages. The proposed text amendment aims to clarify the applicable standards. Currently, a use other than parking is required to wrap parking on upper levels. However, the code doesn't specify what kind of uses would be appropriate or the minimum depth for those uses. So non-active uses such as a stairwell, a hallway, or storage would be acceptable. Parking garages are also required to provide up to 50% glass on the upper level facades of the building. And this standard contradicts other requirements for parking garage screening that are intended to shield the interior from view. Of the remaining area of the parking garage facade, up to 70% must be composed of durable building materials like stone, brick, or fiber cement. As I mentioned earlier, there's another set of design standards that specifically applies to parking garages. And these standards allow other building materials like metal gauge screening or landscaped walls. And the code does not give clear direction on which set of standards should take precedence. These requirements allow little room left over on street-facing facades for necessary features like ventilation. They also increase costs for building materials for parking garages. And as a result, these requirements may inadvertently encourage developers to consider alternative options to provide parking, like surface parking lots. To fix these issues, staff is proposing to remove the requirement that parking on upper levels must be wrapped by a use other than parking, and the minimum glass requirement for parking garages. Staff is also proposing to modify the building materials requirement to allow durable materials to be counted towards the building materials requirement that is specifically for parking garages. And for street-facing facades of a parking garage, at least 50% of the surface area of each floor must be wrapped in solid materials. Again, I want to note that these changes will only affect the requirements that apply to the upper levels of a parking garage, and the ground floor use and design standards will not be affected. For additional details on the proposed code language, please refer to your transmittal packet that includes the most current draft ordinance. Next slide, please. Zoning text amendments are subject to the early notification process in City Code 21A10. This includes a 45-day public comment period, which began when a formal notice of this petition was sent to all recognized community organizations in the city. Staff also posted a virtual open house on the Planning Division's website that will remain posted until a decision is made by the City Council. On March 26th, the Planning Commission held a public hearing on the proposal and issued a positive recommendation to the City Council to adopt it. The City Council may choose to adopt or deny the proposed zoning text amendment, and staff is recommending approval. Next slide, please. Thank you, and I'm happy to address any questions or comments.
Can you talk about why we had those requirements for glass and for wrapping in the first place?
Mm-hmm.
What were we trying to achieve that we inadvertently?
Generally, those standards are intended to enhance pedestrian-oriented design. So the standard to wrap parking garages by use other than parking applies only in the downtown area, and the use for glass applies to many other zones throughout the city. But the overall intent is to increase just high-quality design and pedestrian-oriented features.
But if it's not on street level, why would it matter to a pedestrian?
Those standards only apply to street-facing facades.
Street-facing, but not only for the main level, correct? So facade, but only for the first level or multiple levels?
For all of them, yeah, but only street-facing facades of the building.
Right, for the street-facing facade, but it requires the glass. I guess it's to enhance. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, I was a little confused as well too. Thank you.
Okay.
So we still have the upper floor.
Still confused, yeah.
I think I understand where you're going with this, is what would be the purpose of having those and why are we removing them now?
Well, and also, I maybe confused it by asking, so my understanding was that what the requirements are for the first floor, for the pedestrian floor, are not changing. These are for other floors, and I'm wondering why we would have those requirements for other floors in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why would it matter to a pedestrian?
Right.
Yeah.
So the requirements on the ground floor aren't changing in terms of use and building materials. On the upper floors, currently there's also a requirement that a street-facing facade have an active use, but the requirement isn't clear. So a lot of times we're seeing people put like a hallway or something like that, and so it's not actually meeting the intent to provide some type of active use. We aren't getting rid of the design requirements for upper stories. We are somewhat modifying them in that right now they are in two different locations of the code. And so it's not clear if like a gauged metal, for example, parking garage screen can count towards the durable material requirements in the other section of the code. And so by doing this, we're making it clear that yes, the materials that are specifically stated that can be used for parking garages can count towards that material requirement. So we're still keeping the building material requirements for the upper stories. They're just being modified slightly.
Mr. Chair, isn't your question, which I think I am also a little confused, is in the previous version of the ordinance or the current one, the glass and all of these other requirements not only apply to the main floor, apply to the whole frontage, the street-facing one. I think the question is why it was not only to the main floor and it applied in the past to the whole front. What were they trying to solve in this previous version? Were they trying to make sure that the frontage that made sense, design-wise? Was there anything else but maybe an oversight, or there was a design reason, or that's what we're trying to find out. I guess what I'm trying to understand is what was the original intent, why it was like that before.
Can I add on, because I have the same questions, but it goes a little deeper. If we're going to add an expense to getting these built when we already know that there's really high resistance to this cost, I need to cost justify why we would do anything beyond just some sort of aesthetic appeal or something like that. What is the functional, how does this improve the city and its interface with parking in these sort of structures?
I don't know that I can 100% speak to the intent of the previous code, but one thing that we have realized is the current standards, it's not really feasible to meet them. So it's pretty much impossible to put parking on an upper story of a building and meet the glazing requirements and meet ventilation requirements for parking. So maybe their intent was that they were to have glass, but by having these standards, it's not possible for you to have both, if that makes sense.
That helps illustrate maybe the problem with the previous code. Maybe they haven't thought too much about it.
Yeah, and sometimes these things pop up after we've been implementing them for a while, so.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the intent of my question is that, we have these standards that unintentionally incentivize like surface level parking, and yeah, I agree. I don't want anything that would incentivize surface level parking lots. And I just don't want to, in getting rid of these requirements, unintentionally cause like another problem that was being fixed and now is gone. And the thing that was coming to mind is like, if I'm a pedestrian walking down the street and I see, and there's a building that is active on the first floor, has shops or something, but then like on the floors above it has parking that's just whatever, just a parking structure, is that like going to deter me from wanting to walk around? You know what I mean? I don't think it would, but so I just don't want to inadvertently throw out good while trying to solve bad, if that makes sense. But if you're saying it's all bad, let's do it.
Well, I hope it's not all bad, because I was somewhat responsible for the existing code. So the existing requirements were adopted with downtown building heights, and what the intention was to really deter like the parking structures that we see all over downtown, right? To limit those so that they're pushed towards the back of the building, back of house.
Yeah.
But there are cases where that's really challenging to do given the configuration of the lot, or they have multiple street frontages. What Riley's amendment hopes to accomplish is to make those buildings still feasible, meet off-street parking or the market parking requirements, and to still have something that's aesthetically pleasing to pedestrians.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Councilmember Pui.
Thank you. But we're not, it's hard to predict the future. Thank you. That helped a ton. But what I also, to meet that original intent that we are not full of parking lots on the sidewalk, right? Maybe that's what the intent was. It's like, well, this is your trade-off as you put glass all over your front of your garage. I don't know how, but sure, you put glass or you push the parking lot to the back of the building or something like that, right? I just want to make sure that we're not opening the floodgates for like garages all the way to the front of the buildings now. So I don't know if you have any opinions about, if this will just make it too easy for projects to bring back the parking lot to the front.
So with these changes, they could do parking on upper levels of the building, not on the first floor of the building, but they could do that. There are still the building material requirements, but they could have parking at the street level.
Yeah.
Street level, sorry, on the street-facing facade on the upper stories.
Okay. And would it, in places where it is feasible to still have activation on the front of the building above the first floor and parking behind it, it would still encourage that where it's, okay, let's say that. Okay, great. I don't know that, Councilmember Petro, did your question get answered?
I think we're allowing aesthetics to drive a conversation where we have no concrete strategy for how we are going to be handling parking from a regional. I 1,000% agree. I don't want to incentivize surface level parking. It is the biggest waste of our property values, and it's a terrible use. But I'm not persuaded at all that we have a regional strategy for how we're going to deal with parking. We talk about inviting people downtown and wanting them to be here. And when I took transit to the first hockey game ever that was here, when I came out and had 3 extremely tired children and a cousin from out of town, there was no running transit. We're predicating all of these assumptions on a world that we just don't live in. So I am hesitant to add onerous design guidelines that increase potentially the bottom line when people are willing to help us solve a parking problem through a structure, if we don't have a strategy that says we understand that we don't get to tell people they can't drive cars downtown, no matter how much we want to say that's going to fix the air quality. And that's the world that's the nexus of my concerns.
Lopez Chavez?
Yeah, I think a different perspective we could take is that design standards help for the contemporary evolution of these parking designs so that the structures can evolve into housing or more contemporary uses instead of just being concrete parking structures as well. So that was my take on it. That was the only addition I wanted to add, is that I think the more we can standardize design within parking structures to meet the temporary needs to overcome symptoms we see, but to also consider that in 50 years, these parking structures can be adapted to multi-use and other types of commercial or residential space, is something that I think of and I think is really important.
Any other, Councilmember Dugan?
I'm not seeing that this is just for the aesthetic side of it. So I'm missing that point, because when I look up, I go up to the top of the tower here and I just see these black asphalt. I know that's not aesthetically pleasing either. So we got to make that change. And one way to do that, and I understand your position on the transit side of the house, but also this allows us to still have parking in areas. There are going to be buildings, because right now no one's going to build anything, a parking structure, because of the glass requirements now, and they can't build it. So we're left with surface parking, and if we can build more parking in a smaller footprint, but also balance that with the need for transportation, and balance it also with the need that more parking induces more driving. Yes, I understand that you want to be able to get in and out of the city, but if we have a lot of parking and it's easy to get to, then we're going to always have a transportation problem and a car problem and a traffic problem. So we need to make sure that we have good transportation. Different problem. We got to solve that in a different way than this way here. So I think this is a good balance of allowing parking to be built, but also making sure that when you do look at a building, it doesn't look like a parking garage. And that maybe that's something that is aesthetically, but it's also something that you go to a city and it's a beautiful city because it's aesthetically pleasing, and it is also probably functional too. So there's a fine balance here, but I think we have to realize that we need to build parking garages that are off the front end, small footprint, but we also have to solve this transportation problem at the same time.
So we have to be honest that the ultimate deciding factor here is aesthetics, and just be prepared to stand in headwinds when we hear that it doesn't pencil, that people are having difficulty putting in parking structures, when they're going and bypassing us getting HTRZ funds and co-opting our TIF for their priorities to build it. I think it's fine if that's the line that we come down on. I'm struggling with that being, I get it. We're not building a city for now, but I don't love the aesthetic being the decider. I wish if we had data that suggested the functionality plays into it more, I think that's a position that stands with more undergirding and more footing to it.
But this proposal actually reduces the current standard. I mean, the proposal is to reduce it. So we are, to your point, we are going in that direction that makes this easier.
Right, 'cause
Now,
it's eliminating
if
the
you
cost.
like what I get from some of the comments you're saying is that we should probably remove all the requirements for parking structures, and that will kill all of the pedestrian.
What I'm
of
saying is,
downtown.
as we're going through this, as we're having parking conversations, whether it's this conversation we've had or the America First one that we had not too long ago or anything, we're lacking a cohesive strategy to what we're doing. I'm looking at things that other cities are doing in terms of parking authorities, parking benefit districts, and we need to have a comprehensive conversation about this. When the rubber meets the road, we cannot rely on aesthetic to be the reason why we make decisions. And this seems like an appropriate time, since we're talking about parking, to bring that up, that this feels like another one where we're making a decision based on the flimsiest kind of thing. Whereas, like, if we can get the data that talks about the transition to functionality, that feels like a very cohesive, future-looking thing that we're hanging our hat on. But aesthetics change generationally. So we need to have something firmer, I think, in our decision-making and guiding us as we're making decisions around parking.
Generally, I will support to have a strategy conversation, about this. But I appreciate that we're moving in the right direction to make it somehow easier for these structures to meet code and to happen. I think this is not just based on a hunch. I mean, we know that sidewalks that are not appealing are not activated, and then we have to solve this issue with policing and with all the other things that happens in those sidewalks when they're not active. So I appreciate that we're going that direction, but not all the way out by killing completely the sidewalk experience, especially in our downtown, which is very important to all of us. So I understand where you're coming from, though.
And that's why the ground floor activation to me makes complete sense, even though that does feel like that adds a layer of responsibility and expense to people, like 1,000% on that. But the rest of it, I just don't feel comfortable with the conversation, what we're hanging our hat on.
Councilmember Lobo Chavez.
Thank you, and thanks for highlighting the America First project. I was going to say, in terms of the bottom line of that project or other parking structures, I don't believe design was why their bottom line was so expensive, but rather it came down to the burden of supply and labor costs on that square footage parcel. So all that to say is, I do think this is still headed in the right direction in this conversation. I'd be supportive of a kind of longer term conversation or more strategy around how do we incentivize the proper build and maintenance of parking structures affiliated with each project. That way it's not absorbed by other funding mechanisms that would otherwise be utilized by the city.
Any other comments? Okay. Do you need a straw poll from us? Okay. Yeah, great. Thanks.
I don't think so.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to agenda item number 5, which is an informational update on the Northwest Community Plan. Which is not the North Point area plan, nor is it the Northwest Quadrant plan.
There's a lot of areas in the north that need to be planned, so.
Yeah.
It is inexplicably, though, the Depot District. I don't know how
Mr. Chair, we should
and
add
also Rio Grande.
We should add the Rio Grande
Yes.
to the mix, and then
Yes.
that will make it easier.
Yeah, thank you. That would make a lot more sense. Okay, go ahead.
So this briefing is on the Northwest Community Plan, as we've just discussed. This is made up of the Rose Park, Fair Park, West Point, Jordan Meadows, and some of Poplar Grove communities. The plan is being updated to address land use concerns within the community and align the plan with current city goals and policies. This is one of those opportunities the council has for an early check-in with planning staff on the application. This is an opportunity for you to provide feedback, identify policy concerns, and even identify people who could be useful to include in the process. So with that, we'll turn it over to planning staff.
All right, thanks, Nick. Next slide. All right, so as Nick mentioned, the existing Northwest plan was last adopted in 1992, so it is our oldest community plan, which is why it is currently being updated. The current...
isn't Avenues 82, 83?
87.
Oh,
87.
okay, sorry.
That's okay.
5 years.
That's all right. I
You had
just,
to
I know
Yeah,
my,
well,
know
there
my
you go.
community plans, but thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
Avenues is 5 years older. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Yeah, so the three oldest plans, actually, which you'll get briefed on, Avenues and Capitol Hill later this summer, I believe, are also being updated. So the initial plan did include the international airport, and it was slated for adoption this year, as Nick mentioned, just for the primary purpose to address land use concerns and to align the plan with current citywide policies and goals. Next slide, please. Okay, so the first task that the team took on was to assess whether the existing community plan boundary was still relevant. Ultimately, we ended up adjusting the plan boundary to incorporate a section of the city that was not part of any community plan, and that was slightly south of North Temple and west of I-80 and west of I-15. Additionally, we eliminated the inclusion of the Salt Lake International Airport, and the section of the city known as North Point will be included in the boundary of the updated plan, but the policies adopted via the small area plan last year will take precedence. Additionally, the plan will also incorporate an update to the North Temple Boulevard plan to ensure compliance with state station area plan requirements. Next slide.
So our team, along with the Kempsey Gardner Institute, have compiled an existing conditions report, which covers topics from demographics, transportation, infrastructure, and geology. And while I won't go into every section, I just want to highlight a few interesting findings in a few sections, but the entire report is available on our project website. Next slide. So on demographics, as we all know, the demographic makeup of Salt Lake City as a whole is primarily white, non-Hispanic at 65%, with the Hispanic or Latino population at 20%. But in the Northwest community, the Hispanic or Latino population is the majority at 45%, and non-Hispanic whites make up only 36% of the population. Other minority groups such as Black, Asian, and Pacific Islander are also a greater percentage in this area compared with the rest of the city. The diversity in this community is one of the things that community members said they loved most about this community. Next slide. But along with this diversity comes some alarming statistics that highlight the inequalities of this community. For example, 18% of the children in the Northwest area live in poverty compared to 12% citywide. 20% of residents are uninsured compared with 11% citywide, and 20% of adults over 25 have less than a high school diploma, with only 8% citywide. And then according to many studies, the Northwest community has a disproportionately worse air quality than the east side of Salt Lake City. Next slide. The current zoning shows that the majority of the zoning is residential, with a close second being industrial or manufacturing uses. 18% is open space and 11% is transit station area zoning, and a mere 1% is exclusively commercial zoning, which we definitely heard from our residents in this community that they wanted more commercial space and more retail opportunities to spend their money within their own community. Next slide. As for housing, there are over 14,000 housing units in this area. 49% of those are apartments and 42% are single-family homes. Townhomes are only 1% of the housing units, and condos are only 2%. So there's not really a diverse housing types in this area, mostly apartments and single-family homes.
There are also 3,206 affordable housing units in this community, which is 22% of all the housing units. So the Northwest area is really carrying the weight of a lot of the affordable housing in this city. Next slide. The Northwest area is blessed with a lot of green space and parks in the community. 97% of residents are within a 15-minute walk to a park or open space like the Jordan River. But that being said, the public safety at these parks, along with crime along the river, was overwhelmingly the #1 concern of residents that we heard during our engagement sessions. Next slide. For transportation, 33% of properties are within a track station, a quarter mile of a track station, and 78% of properties are within a quarter mile of a bus stop. But we have heard from residents on the northern half of Rose Park and the western portion of the community in West Point that they feel like they really lack transportation options since there is only the #1 bus route that is a frequent bus route in this area. Next slide. So our team has attended 9 different community events in the past 3 months, including 2 existing conditions report presentations, tabling at the Westside Coalition, the River District Business Alliance annual meeting, the Rose Park Street Festival, and our own pop-up event at Culture Coffee. And so we've had over 150 people take our surveys on our website. Next slide. As I've already explained a few of these, there have been a lot of themes emerging from our community feedback that people are really proud to be a part of this community, but their major concerns consist of safety at public spaces and on the river. They'd like some upgrades of their park spaces in terms of maintenance and amenities. There's a lack of public transportation options in certain of the community, and they're overall supportive of more housing types and density in certain areas. Next slide.
All right, so where we are in the timeline and moving forward, right now we are in the draft plan outreach. We finished up our initial community engagement and existing conditions report presentations. And so the team is drafting policy in relation to those kind of overarching themes that we've heard from the community. We plan to have a draft by the end of the summer, early fall, that we would go public and back out to the community to get feedback on. We are on a somewhat reduced time frame on this one, so we're hoping to get back in front of City Council with a recommendation early 2026. We'll take any questions at this time.
Victoria, Councilmember Petro, sorry.
So you said that, can you explain the difference between this sort of plan and the small area plan that was just done in North Point?
The difference between the two?
Yeah, like what would each cover?
Yeah, so the North Point Small Area Plan is more specific to the needs of that specific community, of that geographic area of North Point. The Northwest Community Plan, while it does touch North Point, it's not going to be as specific to those geographic needs. So this community plan is going to hopefully address all of those land use needs of this community, which is why I thought it was really important to bring in the demographics and the equity discussion, because it is such a unique community with unique needs that the fear is if we focus on opening North Point, we'll miss the boat of the needs of the broader Northwest community.
Well, and I think just by virtue of population density, North Point has a disproportionate amount of attention from its representation, and I'm proud to do it, but there was constituent concern that the sort of plan that a small area plan is, which is what North Point is, versus what this sort of plan is, would comprehend different issues. Transportation, for instance, is not comprehended in the small area plan. As a matter of fact, the only thing we kind of comprehended most specifically, I mean, we talk about 29 West, but we don't talk about other things outside of that really base level. And the constituent brought up that, you know, the larger plan would go into greater detail about that, would go into greater detail about future amenities. Is there something that's missing in the small area plan and this would compensate for that? And then we're just saying that in terms of land use and the decisions made in the small area plan, anything that deviates in the other plans, the North Point small area plan will take precedence?
I think the primary issue, or I guess missing piece from the existing North Point small area plan would be the new annexed area and identifying a potential partnership with new trails along the Jordan River if those lands were to become like publicly purchased, right? Because most of them are owned privately. I think that that is one thing that's missing comprehensively. Otherwise, the small area plan is fairly specific to North Point.
Okay. And then my other question would be, I know this is a lot to ask out of research, but since we're living in such a dynamic landscape, we anticipate that my neighborhood is going to be hit potentially the hardest by cuts to Medicaid or cuts to SNAP. Is there any way to project, I love that we had the demographic in there that clarified how many people were uninsured, and especially after witnessing the high COVID rates, that became a very important thing to document repeatedly. But we're 14,000 units. There's a potential that one development brings in 10,000 units that has a floor that is the current ceiling of market rate. We are, in one fell swoop, able to gentrify and displace in ways unprecedented. And I think it's going to be really, really valuable for us to understand not just the current situation, but the high level of risk in the current landscape as much as we can capture. And I'd love to see that reported. And another just silly thing, which I know it's silly to ask for while you're doing so much intense work, I'd love to see some of the positives about my neighborhood celebrated on a slide. We're more than underinsured people. Even those people who are underinsured are the most amazing parts of this city, and we're lucky that they call us home, and it's our great detriment if they either can't or choose not to.
Yeah. Thank you for that feedback.
Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Puig.
I'm thankful for the update. It's been, there's a lot of changes in this area and it needs some blueprint for the future of land use. My question relates to the question that it was highlighted in your presentation, which is top of mind for the neighbors of this area and in many parts of other parts of the west side, which is safety. And I know that these plans are meant to fix some of the land use problems and conflicts and plan for the future. But one could argue that the issues of safety are shaping or not, the future of land use of the area. So my question to this, to you and your team is, what do we learn about, the questions of safety and what the people are saying, and how could the information we're gathering right now shape, the other, another department like the police department, and how could that be included in somehow in this plan, or draw some feedback from this that could be directing maybe some. Is there a police station? Is it other tools? So is it, because I worry that yes, we're going to be putting something amazing on a piece of paper, and then we are still yet going to have to deal with these issues that are hard for us to deal with. Mm-hmm. That might give some hope to our neighbors that we can see, we can vision these plans come to fruition. Again, it's a complicated question to answer, but it seems like it was obviously top of mind for the neighbors that safety is number one issue in this area. I mean, it doesn't take too long for anybody to realize that is the issue of this area, and I worry that we are sort of caught. That will be, until we get that issue somehow mitigated or in the right path. Yeah. We are not going to see what we dream for this area.
I have a few things to say. So these new community plans, so Northwest, Avenues, Capitol Hill, they are not going to have the lifespan as our existing plans. The lifespan is intended to be 10 years. with the goal of making the policies achievable. A lot of our existing plans, I don't know if I should say this out loud, but some of the policies are not achievable. Pretty pie in the sky, nobody's ever going to achieve them. Do they move on to new plans? Do we set them aside? So really the intention from this team with the Northwest Community Plan, what is achievable in 10 years? With that said, I think the public safety aspect, it's multifaceted. So you have the public safety issue along public spaces. So we'll just say the park spaces. We'll be working really closely with public lands, trails and natural lands as well to see how we can help them implement Reimagine Nature, where the two plans can come together to support one another and what can be achievable from both divisions, right? I would say some of the safety feedback that we've heard along maybe North Temple, we hope to work closely with economic development and through the implementation of the mixed use consolidation to no longer really have those empty commercial spaces. And what kind of tools can we work with economic development to help fill those spaces? What can we do as far as a land use perspective and a team to work to mitigate some of those public safety concerns along North Temple and the public spaces?
Okay, I love that because it does have specific actions or directions to try to mitigate the issue from the multiple tools that we have available with the limited resources that we have as a city. One of the issues that I see in this area is obviously Fair Park, and even if you read the old document, talks about the conflicts between the Fair Park and the city and the zoning conflicts there. It seems like to me that those still sort of exists, and for the uses as the Fair Park has and the vision of the Fair Park. And now with the future visions of those that own the older parcels across the street now, I wonder if does this plan acknowledges these changes and the potential uses of maybe a stadium or maybe the new redevelopment of the Fair Park and what the the master plan of the Fair Park includes. So that's something that for us that represent this area, we hear a lot about conflict, and I think it touches land use in one shape or another.
Well, while the Power District isn't subject to our community plans, we will be addressing the Power District and the station area plan because of the Fair Park station. We are hoping to establish some opportunities for the community associated with the Power District. We're still working out those policies, but we'll be talking about the Power District.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Okay, we are scheduled for a tentative break and we're pretty much on time. So let's just plan on coming back at 4:20. All right, thanks everybody. ready? Okay, great. We're back, and we're on agenda item number 7. That's an informal discussion on the cultural core summary and the block's approved budget update. And for this, we've got Sylvia Richards from council staff, Dee Brewer, executive director of the Downtown Alliance, and Brittany Helmers, program director for Downtown Alliance. Yay.
Hi.
Welcome. Thanks for being here. Hey.
Thank you.
All right. Take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you mentioned, this is an informational briefing on the blocks formerly known as the Cultural Core. The transmittal provides a Year 8 overview and Year 9 budget plan. The boundaries of the blocks include a 40-block radius in the downtown area from North Temple to 400 South and from 600 West to 400 East. Through an interlocal agreement, Salt Lake City and Salt Lake County each contribute $300,000 annually towards program funding. The interlocal is governed by a 6-member advisory budget committee with oversight from both Salt Lake City and the county staff. A public RFP process resulted in a 5-year contract with Downtown SLC Presents, which is a promotions company and subsidiary of the Downtown Alliance. The contract is active through July of 2027, and this briefing fulfills the requirement of the interlocal agreement, but there is no necessary action required. And with that, I'll turn the time over to Brittany and Dee.
Awesome, thank you. Next slide, please. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Brittany Helmers, and I'm excited to be here with all of you today. I believe you know Dee Brewer, Executive Downtown Alliance. I must say the most difficult part of my job is sitting here with only 10 to 20 minutes and tell you about all the amazing things that we do over the past year and what we're looking forward to over the upcoming year. But here goes nothing. As most of you know, the Blocks Arts District is the cultural heartbeat of downtown. This past year, we've transformed the streets into stages, multiple walls into canvases, and public spaces into gatherings grounds for all Utahns. Today, I'll walk you through how we measured up to our mission and our criteria of impact and what this has meant for our city's artists, cultural, and economic vitality. Next slide. Before I talk about the programs, I want to acknowledge the incredible team behind the scenes, the Cultural Core Budget Committee. This group ensures that we remain mission-driven, fiscally responsible, and inclusive of all art forms. We're lucky to work alongside these dedicated individuals from both the city and the county. Next slide, please. I want to begin with some of the key opportunities and drivers that were set forth for us from the Cultural Core Action Plan. 1, to raise awareness of Salt Lake City as a highly vibrant and cultural center. 2, view the core as a canvas for action. 3, succeed through thoughtful coordination and collaboration. And 4, expand and diversify audiences. So over the past year, we've worked to become more mission-driven and focus on how we measure our work based on our criteria of impact. Some of that criteria includes budget, audience attendance, artists hired, barrier of entry for artists, social media engagement, and occasionally the additional partnerships and additional funds that we have raised. Next slide, please. Across the past fiscal year, the blocks directly activated 148 days of activations through events and initiatives. As of May 12th, 2025, just gonna let you know, we did 6 events last week, so it's been a busy month. $236,000, or approximately 40% of our city and county budget, went directly to artists and arts organizations. Over 94 local artists were hired. An estimated 135,000 audience members were reached through the block's live performances. We garnered over 1 million in total media impressions and had an additional $75,000 raised in matching and/or private funds. In working with all of our arts and cultural venues around downtown, we're also happy to report that over 4 million tickets were sold last year, which is an increase of 18.4% growth year over year. 2024 was our largest attendance year ever recorded, furthering the audience development goals of the Cultural Core Action Plan. I want to also mention that as well, that per our Placer data, we saw the greatest audience growth from District 1 and District 6. Next slide, please. Not only was 2024 our largest attendance year, but it was also a year of major growth across our marketing and promotion platforms. We had 2,500 daily visitors to our websites. 32 dedicated news stories resulted in 70 million in earned media. An increase in 2,100 people on our social media, which resulted in approximately 1.9 million views on social media. And across all of our platforms, we now have 281,000 followers. We offer up this growth to our new brand, the partnerships that we have been working so hard to create across the Valley. The brand truly identifies the culture of our creative economy and the abundance of existing programming, along with our outstanding arts organizations. Next slide, please. This past year, our Bravenel Hall reminded us how fragile and precious our cultural infrastructure really is. While it faced uncertainty around potential redevelopment and public outcry, something beautiful also happened. Our community showed up. Artists, audiences, and arts advocates rallied to protect this landmark. We want to extend many thanks to the voices in this room and beyond. Bravenel Hall was officially added to the National Register of Historic Places. The blocks also responded in the best way we know how, through activation and partnership. This year, the Key Changes project at Bravenel Hall brought new life to our downtown cultural landscape. As a part of a broader effort to create temporary public art across Salt Lake City, this initiative featured 6 upcycled pianos transformed by local artists and placed on the plaza for anyone to play. From professional pianists to curious children, the pianos became stages for creativity, joy, and connection. More than just musical instruments, these pianos served as a symbol of accessible, community-driven art. They reminded us that the arts do not always require a ticket or a stage, and that sometimes all it takes is a place to sit and play. We activate public spaces, build cultural identity, invite more people to participate in the creative life of our city, otherwise known as more audience development. We're proud to report that the Gina Bachauer Foundation sold more tickets to their international piano competition this year than they ever have before. And the success is due to the temporary activation of Key Changes. Key Changes is a textbook example, excuse me, of executing the Cultural Core Action Plan through placemaking and support and supplemental marketing for our existing organizations. Next slide, please.
Is this a video?
Yes, please. You can hit play.
It'll take Scott just a minute to switch from the presentation to the video.
Cool. I'm going to speak over the video regardless, so. The suspense. And no sound, please, just to clarify. Oh, it might. In February, the Blocks, Utah Film Commission, Visit Salt Lake, and Salt Lake City created Frame by Frame. Frame by Frame was built as a love letter to Salt Lake's creative core. We had over 800 plus attendees in the pouring down rain. 18 plus featured artists between visual artists and performance artists, such as one custom t-shirt designed by Chuck Landvatter. 8 BIPOC, non-binary, and LGBTQ artists featured under the Sister SLC Collective were hired to create an art alley along Floral Street. And you can go to the next slide, please. 4 DJs were hired to bring the vibes for the night, and so many more. We gave away 400 custom t-shirts printed on site, 304,000 total impressions, and national media coverage. Who knew that the parking lot lining the infamous Edison Street in downtown Salt Lake City could be created into such an unbelievable night? We showcased what our creative community can do and what we're yearning for. Well-established organizations grew out of Sundance and will continue to thrive without its festival presence, and so will this program and the partnerships that we created for Frame by Frame. Overall, these partnerships matter. We're excited to be partnering on similar projects like this for the next year, and we look forward to bringing Frame by Frame back in 2026. Next slide, please. This past March, we installed one of our very first Co-Create installations in partnership with Seven Canyons Dress. 8 artists were commissioned from different backgrounds with different mediums to create hidden waters. Themes included water conservation, cultural storytelling, and cultural daylighting. We activated North Temple Quarter and connected the Central Business District to the Folsom Trail. We also connected art, ecology, and urban planning. This project activates and highlights the north edge of our boundary of downtown, but also beautifies one of the busiest streets we are tasked with activating. Next slide, please. Glow was created by 31 artists within In Theory Art Studios Collective. It returned for its 4th year with interactive light sculptures and winter magic at Gallivan Plaza. Digital tools tracked 71,000 visitors over 3 months, with the average person held an average dwell time of 93 minutes. At the moment, we are currently evaluating how this program grows next. We're looking to pause this in 2026 with the hopes that we bring it back in 2027 with new branding, new ideas, and a deeper collaboration with these artists. Our research from around the country is that larger light festivals, such as the Portland Light Festival, is an attendance of 253,000 people and an estimated $9.3 million in economic impact. That's an average spending of $37 per person that shows up to these light festivals. So I think we can pause it and we can do better in 2027. Next slide, please. Last year, we brought back Steppin' on Main for the free summer series featuring cultural organizations, artists, and arts organizations on the front steps of Eccles Theater. We had over 3,500 attendees, 5 artist groups across music, dance, and even poetry, 130,000 digital impressions, and considered a culturally inclusive weekly block party. Next slide. In 2025 and 2026, we're going bigger. Steppin' on Main will feature groups like Cultural Fire events with an Indigenous-led powwow, Samba Fogo for an eclectic dance night, Bomba Merrily bringing Portuguese traditions, and so much more. We have 13 free performances lined up for this year's Steppin' on Main, again happening on Friday evenings from June to September. This program is becoming a signature celebration of cultural identity and community pride on Main Street. These organizations are crucial to the fabric of Salt Lake City, and the Blacks will uphold our commitment to building a diverse and creative community in downtown Salt Lake. Last week, we kicked off Steppin' on Main with Flamingo Jazz, and it was absolutely beautiful. I don't even know how many people we had at the moment, but it was really amazing to see. Next slide. In partnership with the Mexican Consulate, we curated a Taste of Mexico with the 2nd annual Mariachi Festival last year. We had 1,700 attendees, 4 local mariachi bands from across Utah, beginner and more skilled groups, 5 local and national partnerships, and a growing tradition of cultural pride. In building with the topic of the arts creating true economic development, Linda Wardell, the former GM of City Creek Center, mentioned, out of all the programming in downtown, it's all been exciting to be a part of. However, the Mariachi Festival in 2024 was an exceptional experience. She went on to mention that the Mariachi Festival had an impact on City Creek Center and that the audience overflowed and filled City Creek Center with shoppers throughout the day. On August 22nd, 2025, take note, we'll be bringing back the Mariachi Festival. This time, headliner Florida Toloache, hailing from New York, will be joining us alongside 3 local mariachi groups. We're looking forward to seeing 2,500 of our closest friends and flooding the streets and Delta Hall with the vibrant sounds of mariachi. Next slide, please. Transforming vacant spaces into vibrant showcases and creating partnerships with those who are changing the landscape of downtown was this partnership with Smith Entertainment Group. 16 artists were hired to paint at the Utah Jazz and Utah Hockey Club games. We created a free pop-up art gallery at the Delta Center to showcase their work weeks after they painted. Local artists retained 100% of commissions from this event. It drove foot traffic and changed the perception of how we use some of these spaces. Next slide, please. Not only are we creating exceptional experiences, we continue to provide free equipment to artists and arts organizations through our asset and loan program. I know this is not a sexy picture, but a really fun program. Over the last year, we are proud to say $18,000 in assets were loaned out for free in 2024. There were 28 days of usage, 14 arts organizations were supported, and our most used item was actually the stage. This year, we're excited to announce that we've added a full sound and PA system to our asset program to help all arts organizations looking to put on their own free event in downtown. We're excited to continue and grow this program in 2025 and expand access to all arts organizations. Next slide. Another initiative we're proud of is Exhibitions on Main. We continue to transform the city's kiosks along Main Street into mini galleries, free advertising for all arts organizations across the valley. This program gave visual artists the chance to share their work with thousands of pedestrians every day. In 2024, we highlighted Rosa Banderina, Dallin Orr, Kate Woolsey, and Jamie Kyle. I want to mention that the opportunities that I'm not allowed to go into depth about that came out of these artists displaying their work on Main Street. One artist said that they received their largest project to date because a pedestrian saw their artwork and said, "That is exactly what I'm looking for my campaign." This year, we opened up the new call for artists, and Eddie Ekbo, Emily Fox King, Hannah Carr, and Nick Peterson were all selected to highlight their works of art featured here. Next slide, please. For many of these artists, it was their first time exhibiting in a formal downtown space. This is a high-impact, low-barrier program that brings art directly to the public in the most accessible way possible. So look out for these artists on Main Street, and don't be afraid to give them a shout-out. Next slide, please. The work we do is not possible without the help of our workers, residents, and visitors in all of downtown. This work is possible thanks to 80-plus civic, cultural, and corporate partners across the valley. Aligning our work with the Americans for the Arts and the cultural core goals, we will continue to curate, amplify, and create visibility for artists through creative placemaking, building equity in the arts, audience engagement, and public-private collaborations. Next slide, please. Speaking about public-private collaborations, this is an image of the brand new mural designed by Joseph Toney and Miles Tolan on the tallest building in Utah, the Astra Tower. Creating these partnerships between the blocks and KIC and helping developers create art has been a passion of ours. When we work together, we get something so much sweeter. So we're grateful for the city and the county's continued support in building downtown Salt Lake City's Arts District. Thank you. Why, thank you.
Hey.
I'm open for questions as well.
Sure. Okay. Questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lopez Chavez.
I just wanted to say thank you to Brittany Helmer for really being the steward and ushering in the blocks, and it's the reason it's grown. I hear from so many residents and visitors that I know personally that take advantage of oftentimes these free and accessible events. So it's just, I think to me, it is a way that the city can really anchor permanency and activation on block facades that might need some support right now. We have a downtown that is transforming in the middle of that transformation. So having the continuity of the blocks is really critical to activate spaces that otherwise wouldn't normally be accessible or activated during these times in our summer. So I really appreciate it. I just wanted to highlight some of the local artists. I'm really, really pleased to see how granular we've become as a city at finding these underground artists and exposing them for others to take advantage and to visualize and see. So you don't have to go to a Feist gallery or go to a backyard alley or some underground party, but you can see them in real time on our Main Street in our downtown. So very, very happy, very pleased, very excited by everything that's to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No. Okay, great. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you all.
Yes, way to go. All right, we are at agenda item number 8, a resolution on policies for housing program funds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, sorry, didn't mean to shout. Just to introduce Tony and Heather's presentation, I want to remind you all that these resolutions are the culmination of really several years' work by CAN and Housing Stability Division to improve the transparency of the housing program funding processes and to streamline it. The council has discussed most of these potential changes with the administration over the last few years. You may remember there have been 5 briefings on different aspects of this, and I think still there are a couple things tonight that are relatively new, this afternoon, that are relatively new to discuss for the council. The 4 resolutions that are associated with this briefing would formalize the processes and standards for the department's housing program funding. And for each of these programs, CAN and Housing Stability would submit an annual report to the council with an overview of budget expenditures, revenues, and associated outcomes. And I want to note as well, these changes would not affect the annual CRA, the pass-through of housing funds to the CRA, which I believe was about $2.9 million this year. So that would remain the same. The 4 housing resolutions, just to give you a preview, are the Housing Program Funds legislative policy, which includes a tenant and homeowner loan fund, which is new, and also a new housing programs loan committee. The next is the home repair program policy. The third is the community land trust program policy. And finally, there's a new program, the Naturally Occurring Affordable Housing Preservation Program Policy, or NOAA program policy. This was actually funded by the council and actually originated from council discussions in fiscal year 23. So that's just a general overview, and I'll turn it over to the experts for more.
Sure. Thanks, Allison. Can we go to the next slide? Again, as Allison said, the 4 resolutions are in front of you for your review. We're here to answer any questions that you guys have, especially anything outlined by Allison in the staff report to kind of, we're here to answer any questions. Thank you so much for all the multiple briefings that we've had in getting us here to this point. And we're excited to be one step closer to launching these programs for the community.
Councilmember Pui?
It's just obviously, you know, the draft policies. I appreciate that we're working on that. I mentioned this during the budget. Ultimately, one of my overarching questions relate to what programs do we have in the city that may be replicated in the outside the city, and I just obviously we did have some. Intents on trying to get to the bottom of that, to understand that, and I think we may be working together at some point in the next year or so to get to the bottom of that. I'm curious about it. It doesn't mean that we're doing anything wrong. It's just I think it's clarity for all of us as far as like it makes sense to keep it, and then we can make that cognitive decision, you know, very clearly. That maybe it is worth it to duplicate for whatever reason, right? So I just wanted to put it out there because it relates and it connects to some of the topics we have right now. So thank you.
I believe, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Heather. I believe you had a slide that addresses some parts of this.
So we don't have a slide that addresses this question specifically, but we did speak to it in our council responses, which are restated in the staff report. And just in short, we're happy to have small group meetings to talk through any of the programs in more detail. But to answer your question, we don't necessarily consider it a duplication of services. There are some other community partners providing similar programs. There's a little bit of difference in the maximum amount that those programs will go to, the different types of repairs or activities that they're doing, some of the eligibility criteria. However, the unfortunate thing is there is not a shortage of need. And so it would be a good problem to have if we were trying to compete against each other. It's really more a matter of being able to leverage those different programs and funding streams to, in many cases, we partner together to complete more extensive, complex projects. And right now, with the current housing market and the cost of any sort of repair, rehabilitation, or construction project, having multiple well-resourced agencies and programs is critical to ensuring that Salt Lake City residents have the ability to continue accessing these programs.
Yeah, and ultimately, I appreciate you trying to tell me that we're not duplicating, and I think maybe duplicating has a negative connotation.
Yeah.
And I think I will like to get the information for me to decide if I, at least personally, if there is a duplication or not. But what at least to assess, getting the information in front of me, but just face value, when we are getting these organizations telling us we're doing home repair, and then we get in a department that is also working on home repair, it doesn't mean that, and I agree with you that there is plenty of need, right? What I really worried is, does it make sense? Ultimately, my question is, does it make sense for those funds to be internal and with the staff and the skill that it takes from administration, or maybe potentially giving those funds to organizations that are more experts at that? Again, this is not talking about how good or bad we do things or to judge, our work. I think this department is, is working so hard to make an impact in our community. But ultimately, that is the question that I want to get to the bottom of at some point.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Pui. I just wanted to let you know that we did hear the legislative intent that came up with the adoption of the new budget, and we take that seriously, and we plan on going through a process to get you the information that you requested.
Councilmember Petro.
As we're going through policies, I know it's a little weird to ask, but I think traditional strategies and things that we know about are not going to rise to the occasion of the current crisis, especially if we see supports our working poor could become homeless soon. And so the needs for what we're going to do and intervene are going to have to morph with that demand. So as we're creating policies, I would really love if there are mechanisms that allow for flexibility for staff to comprehend alternatives that haven't been presented before. I want us to emphasize things like leveraging our real estate assets to spin off revenue, even if it's not a short-term gain, but we have to protect the long-term while responding to the short-term. So I don't know what policy allows such gray space. I know that I'm probably making Allison twitch over there and every lawyer in the world, but I do think if we as a city are going to rise to the occasion and we're going to protect any sort of progress that we all purport to care about in the city, we have to have mechanisms that don't force our bureaucratic employees to be so boxed into a black and white corner that they can't make room for good ideas and become expansive in how we address housing preservation, housing creation in the city.
Yeah, and that's something that we took into consideration in all of the resolutions to make sure that we're being specific as possible, to make sure that it's targeting the right individuals, households, but at the same time, we also wrote in if there's other new priorities, new funding that comes about that we receive from the administration, from council, that make sure that it's incorporated. We don't have to come back and amend any of the existing policies, is that we've tried to kind of build that in. And we can even send that to Allison to kind of add a few summaries of some of those flexibilities or contingencies.
Okay. Councilmember Pui.
I know that this is maybe hard to respond, but we're seeing a lot of changes in the, on the federal level as far as funding and how that all trickles down to our communities. And, not to say that we shouldn't make plans and we shouldn't, I worry that many of these things are going to come rolling down, towards us and crush us a little bit, because we're going to try to answer to all of these needs in our community. So I wonder if there is anything that you haven't identified or you could identify of potential problems that some of those changes that are coming from the federal government affect us, and how your plan could be adapting to patch some of the holes that they are creating for all of us. I'm not sure that there is a clear question here, but I hope that the sentiment here is I'm frustrated to hear what they're cutting and and how it's going to affect our communities. And I see this tool as and the funding here that we have to useful. I just wonder if you guys have taken that as a consideration when making these plans.
That's something that we can definitely follow up with. We can kind of summarize some things that you just kind of outlined of kind of patching some of the holes and some other kind of contingencies in the event of. And we can follow up with council staff for those.
Sorry about that. If I could add to that, I think it's important to remember that these are policies that establish the programs and the legislative policies for those programs. So I think as we are faced with budget cuts, it will be a question on maybe creating different programs and budget allocations as we move forward. So this is just establishing the framework, and then we're following the budget at the federal level very closely, and so we'll have that discussion at a future time if there are massive budget cuts, and that will be part of the budget discussion.
Yeah. Keep going. You can just keep going, and if there's if you see somebody raise their hand, or if
Again, the slides are just basically additional slides that we shared last time in August. In case there was anything kind of specific, we were going to tee those slides up just in case we can go into details.
I just think it might be helpful to, kind of refresh memories and stuff like that. So.
Good. Yes. Can we advance to the next slide? Again, the housing program funds policies. Okay, we can go to the next slide. Just a reminder about the budgeting process.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, next slide. Here's a good little graph overview of the funds coming in and then being recaptured. Next slide.
You're going to have to walk me through that one eventually.
Yeah, that one is a little more complicated.
My eyes sort of went all over the place.
Yeah, can we go back to the last slide? Again, you can see the three buckets there, the community land trust, the home repair program, and then the brand new pilot program for the naturally occurring affordable housing program. If any of these do, so the funding sources above them going into their Funding Our Future, HUD, and then the tenant and housing loan fund. If any of those have repayments, if they have fees, if they have any unspent and recaptured funds, that goes into program income. That gets split between whether or not it is basically restricted or unrestricted. We have to make sure that we're working with the finance department really closely on that and making sure that we're following any of the guidelines set up, especially for restricted funds. But then you can see how that bottom then is recycled back into funding sources.
Mr. Chair, I'm just looking through these policy questions because they're more directed at us than staff here. But on this whole restricted, unrestricted, one of the questions was just, does the council support the establishment of the tenant and homeowner loan fund as a repository for the unrestricted program income? So in essence, my question is, why would we not want to do that? Back to you.
Sure. So setting up the committee?
Yeah, so using the unrestricted program for the tenant loan, homeowner loan fund.
Right. Again, these are, we went through the multi-year process to kind of pull forward to council to kind of review any of the dormant, unrestricted program income, work really closely with council on sources and uses, and then come forward with that. The good thing is that with establishing a revolving loan fund, then it sets up a perpetual loan fund that these funds in many different ways that originally were housing programs then go back into existing housing programs or fund housing program activities.
So it'd behoove us to do that, to support that?
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. I wasn't sure if the council, we had already said that at one point. I don't remember, so I was just asking the question from our councils. And then the other one about, just bouncing on another question here, Mr. Chair, about the council liking to cap the total amount of grants and loans available for owners and managers of large numbers of rental units to ensure that certain shares of the total funding offered to each area is available to smaller landlords, and how we determine what a smaller landlord is compared to a larger landlord, and whether it's 5 units, 10 units, is it dollar value or is it number of units? Can you give us some talk about how would we navigate through that process, whether it's dollars or unit value?
Mm-hmm.
So we'd be open to council feedback on that if you had thoughts on smaller landlords versus bigger landlords. Currently, there's no restrictions on smaller landlords versus larger landlords or vice versa, as long as they meet the eligibility criteria of having existing affordable housing for families at 80% AMI or below. Those families are not paying more than 30% of their adjusted gross income, and those units are not already deed restricted. But we are open to a conversation with council about the possibility of prioritizing smaller landlords and what that would look like, if that's of interest.
I think to me it would be of interest, because I think I'm uncomfortable with allowing someone who has a lot of money to have a lot of places. Yes, they are providing all those assets between 30 and 80% AMI. They probably have some good work, but they're also not here recirculating the same funds and maybe hiring and taking care of their places, as well as someone who may have 100 places, but he's not really taking care of them very well because he doesn't live here. But someone who has 5 or 6 units maybe is taking care of them. So I would like to possibly look at that, whether it's unit specific, or I guess it would have to be unit specific, because the value would still be at the lower value because it's at the lower AMIs and large houses. But I would like to look at it and also make sure that a larger guy could just not have 100. He's going to have 100 LLCs, and how you figure out who's large and who's small. But I would like to look at that, and whether it's 5. Here it says 4 units. I don't, that number 4, 5, 10 doesn't equate to my brain as far as what's small and what's medium. But I would really like to look at that.
Okay, we can follow up with council staff on a plan for that.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
If I may.
that Councilor Dugan is specific to the NOAA program that you're asking about?
Yeah, that's more, yes, yeah, yes.
I have some questions about the NOAA program. So I know we're looking at funding for these projects, and I'm assuming that's at the time of rehabilitation of the units or whatnot. Or is that flexible enough that it could be for acquisition of naturally occurring affordable units?
The way the pilot program is currently structured, it is meant to do, instead of like a creation program, it is meant to be a preservation program. So, and that's something that we could expand the program at a certain point, but it is really to try to identify small landlords who are currently having affordable units, whether they were formally deed restricted, they had public funds in there, they've fallen off their affordability period, but they still need some repairs and then do those repairs without increasing the rent. Those individuals, smaller ones, basement apartment, triplex, fourplex, to really kind of say they're already serving that population, but then able to come in with a loan product for them so they can be able to make the repairs. So yes, it's meant to be just identifying what's currently there and then be a preservation program.
I guess my concern for losing affordable housing, it is when an existing landlord has a unit that needs to be repaired, but I think it's more often when somebody sells a unit that might be currently affordable and they're selling it on the market, they're ready to not be a landlord anymore. The next they're going to sell that at market rate, and that market rate is going to lose the affordability immediately. And I'm wondering if there are units that fall into a category where maybe we help that that next generation landlord purchase the property, maybe help them with their down payment or whatever the case may be, but that new landlord would agree to keep the rents where they were. Because I think that that's going to happen, you know, once the property is up and running and stabilized and they have tenants, they're probably just not going to do the upgrades, even if they're necessary I mean, I think that we're going to see more loss of affordable housing through a sale. So I think that is, I guess, as we continue to refine that program, I think that's something worth looking into. I wonder how, maybe you can enlighten me a little bit, but like how we're determining the number of dollars that come from us and how much that's worth per percentage of AMI that we're restricting, how many years we're doing that, like how does that calculation get made? Because it might be that one project needs a lot of renovations and we're investing a lot of dollars, then we should have like a longer term of affordability versus if it's, I just need a new roof and maybe I agree to a shorter term, 5 or 10 years, which might be equivalent to the life of the roof or whatever the case may be. Do you know how?
Summarize details?
Yeah. So it's currently at least 15 years or the term of the loan, whichever is greater. So it kind of depends on the number of affordable housing units they have and how much money they are requesting or approved for. As a reminder, this program in particular will go through an administrative review, would go through the newly created loan committee, and then would come back to council for final allocation. So this body would be the final say on where that money goes. And the loan terms can be up to 30 years. So there is a possibility that there could be a 30-year affordability period, and it's up to $75,000 per affordable unit. So again, it depends on what repairs they need, how many units they have, what they are approved for through council and an allocation, and then what the loan terms would be for that.
Okay.
And we are open to suggestions on modifying those proposals if that's something that you have suggestions on or feel strongly about. The chart on page 4 of the NOAA program policies outlines what the funding terms and conditions would be. So we're happy to review those. But I also wanted to go back to your statement about acquisition of affordable housing and say that there was some contemplation when we were drafting the CLT policies to be able to do just that. That program is designed to acquire and maintain existing affordable housing. So rather than being a rehabilitation program, although there is some ability to do rehabilitation of existing CLT homes, there is the possibility to acquire properties from the private market to maintain affordability. So that concern might be addressed through the CLT policy.
Councilmember Dugan.
On the CLT program, is there a desire to increase the number of units that properties that we own? Or is it just kind of like keep it at, it's in the double digits right now. It's in the 30, I can't remember.
23. We currently have 23.
Yeah, that's right, 23 units, right? Not 32, so 23 units. Are we trying to look at bring that total up? Or is it 23 a good number to use? Is there any advantage to going higher with more units or not? Because I think maybe there is an advantage to do that, but you also have to find the right place and manage it all. So is that part of the discussion we would have here?
I think that's part of a discussion we could have. There are pros and cons to smaller versus larger CLTs. I don't know that the intent is to increase to a certain number, rather have the ability to acquire properties that are currently in existence and would be otherwise on the private market. Council may recall that Housing Stability has a loan portfolio from a previous home buyer program where we financed home ownership loans, and we have the first right of purchase or refusal on those. And so if we can decline to purchase those homes when they come up for sale, and then they go to the private market, or we can purchase those homes and put them into the CLT and maintain affordability in perpetuity. So I think it's not a goal in terms of numbers, but rather the opportunity to try and retain affordability wherever possible.
Again, just on that same vein, we always think of a CLT as a attached single-family home. Do we ever look at them at townhomes or condominiums, or is there so few in Salt Lake City that it's not even worthwhile looking at that avenue?
It's a possibility. Again, we contemplated a number of different possibilities when drafting these policies, and we left them broad enough that with the support of council and the administration, we could pivot as the market indicated in order to do that.
Okay, so it's not, we're not limited to single-family homes?
Correct.
Okay, good. All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Councilmember
In terms of the amount of funding that goes into each program, how is that something that we budget each year and there's a specific budget amount? Okay, so I guess my just thought on these are, I think some are going to work better than others and be more popular than others. And that might just be a matter of we need to tweak the terms or the amounts that go into each program. It might just be that there are certain things that are really difficult to do and other things where our money can be more effective. And I'm wondering, I guess I don't need a response, but I would be interested in some sort of way that we can check in the middle of each budget year and say, okay, this program's not really working, but this program is, and we ran out of money. Can we move some of the money from this program to that? And make sure that each of those, that our money isn't sitting there and doing nothing. Like, several years ago, there was that we did the high opportunity NOFA, and that sat for many years. That's now been used, which is great, but it sat for many years and could have kind of been out on the street faster. And maybe I worry that might happen with some of these programs where some of them just aren't going to make sense for the landowner, the homeowner to use. So if you start to see that happening with one or two of the programs, I would like a report on that and say, why don't we move some of this into a different program, or why don't we tweak the program to make it more attractive? I think between these three that you have up on this slide, and I'm open to you letting me know that I'm wrong on this, but I think that the one that feels like the most important to me is the Community Land Trust program. And to Dan's question, I would like for us to grow the number of properties in that. And that might also be the most expensive per unit thing, but it's the one that gets to affordable home ownership, which is something that we've all identified as is very important and we're missing in our market. So to me, that's the most important. I think the one that I am maybe the least sort of enthusiastic about living within the city is the home repair program. And it might go to some of what Councilmember Pui was saying, which is that I think there are other programs out there that can help with those smaller repairs. And I wonder if we're the right agency to do that. And if some of those both the staff time and the dollars that go into that might be better used in one of the other two programs. But I say that, and I just want to acknowledge, I haven't looked, I don't know exactly how many dollars are going into each and how much staff time. So that's something that if you have a response right now, that's fine, or later, but I'd be interested in knowing, like, what are we actually getting for our money on that, our effort on that program specifically.
Mr. Chair?
Hold on one second.
go ahead, sorry.
I'm going to add Jennifer and then Councilmember Puig. Go ahead.
Sorry, Councilmember Puig, just to throw out an idea based on your desire to have kind of a report, you could adopt, so right now these resolutions are on your formal agenda for consideration next week. You could adopt an intent as part of your adoption of these resolutions, establishing like a time frame, either a time frame to come back and check in. Normally we would check in on an annual basis because it would be the annual budget, but given that these are new programs, you might want to check in earlier. And then what kind of metrics you're looking for, like cost per unit or type of unit, things like that. So we could put together some ideas for legislative intent for you guys to consider.
And I mean, annually might be the right cadence, but I think only considering it within the formal budget or the city budget, we're not actually going to get into the level of detail that these programs probably deserve our level of consideration for. So I think it should be outside of the budget.
Councilmember Puig.
Process.
I will be supportive of that. I was going to suggest that we ask for a report, but a brief report, an email or something simple, not like a full-blown, hire someone, tell us what, we learn, but just for us maybe to learn. But I just wanted to bring back maybe because I had a little bit of this Red Bull, that I needed it. Maybe we should all do a little bit of a shot of Red Bull right now because this is a big deal. And I think that we should, really highlight how big this is for our city, that we have a new program that is trying to, that is going to focus on natural occurring affordable housing and to protect it in our city, which is a thing that we have heard from the beginning, all the time that, those houses are being demolished, those apartments are being replaced, again, and people are being pushed. So it's huge that we have a program that is going to tackle on that. So I thank you for making that happen. So first of all, I felt like that is something to highlight, to start. It had the vibe of a budget discussion when we started this, and this is it should be different because we are celebrating something good, right? This is amazing, and we, thank you for the administration, your work for putting this together. Certainly, there are some questions, and the council admin helped us with some of the issues at the bottom of our report that we might have to decide, and it seems like most of us are deciding slowly through those. But I wanted to bring it back because I sort of realized what we're doing right now, which is huge. So thank you.
Councilmember Petro.
Tagging on to your enthusiasm for the community land trust, I also wonder if it might not be beneficial for us to look not just at cash resources to acquire new land, but to investigate maybe parcels within our current inventory that it would be particularly appropriate for us to create a portfolio. I'm so radical that I would even like temporary use in Atlanta. Their mayor is looking to do 20,000 affordable units in 8 years. And one of his strategies to help accomplish it was to identify parcels that are currently fallow but will eventually be used for redevelopment and place. They had a bunch of COVID units that they needed to repurpose, and those have now become housing, and it's what it's become is transitional housing because it won't be there in perpetuity, but it'll be there for 3 to 5 years. And so people who need a 3 to 5 year place to sober up, to get into therapies, they can have that, and it's sublet to programs who can supervise it. I'm radical enough that I would love to see something even like that would allow us to have temporary use housing while we await longer term uses on some of our parcels. But I think the community land trust doesn't require just cash dollars. I think if we do share this goal, this is low hanging fruit for us to really become involved in solving the housing crisis, or at least contributing positively to solving it.
Yes, and there are provisions currently in the draft for in the event of utilizing city property or donated property, et cetera. And then to Councilman Mano's question about reporting, all 4 resolutions do have provisions for annual reporting for housing's ability to come back and report to council on the impact for these programs. And we can work with council staff to make sure that the timing lines up, that we're getting you the information that is helpful for your decision process leading into the budget process.
Okay, any other questions? Oh, Tammy Hunsaker.
Just one piece of information that may be helpful. What is proposed through the housing funds policy is that the tenant and homeowner loan fund, all of the program income from all of the programs are pooled together. And we did that to create flexibility for the council during the budget process. So speaking towards like how future program funds are allocated and current program funds, it's in a pool. Each fiscal year, you will allocate funding to the specific programs, and that will help address the concerns about future budget cuts and consolidating or redirecting funding. It will give you the flexibility to switch funds between the programs, if that makes sense.
All right, thank you. Well, let's move on to item number 9 on our agenda, which is a resolution for the capital improvement program follow-up. For this, we've got Ben Ludke, Deputy Chief Financial Officer, Rachel, and from, wait, where is Rachel? No, we don't have Rachel. And we've got Kate Ware from our office.
So-
do we have Mike Atkinson either?
Looks like
No?
you guys are available for questions.
Oh, available for questions. Never mind. Kate, take it away.
Great, thank you very much. I just want to give you a layout of what we are going to discuss today because, as you can see, they gave us an hour. So I want you to know what we're going to talk about before we dive in. So we're going to go over a summary of the decisions that were made through the budget adoption, some additional sources of funds that you approved. We're going to look at some amendments that the administration is recommending, and then we will start going through the funding log. If we don't make it all the way through the funding log, we will come back to it at our next meeting. A little heads up, we have 4 briefings scheduled for this today, July 8th, and then 2 in August. So with the 2 in July, we are hoping to get feedback from you as to what you would like to see happen with the projects. If there are projects that were not funded that you would like to see funding go towards, or if there are projects that were funded that you'd like to adjust the funding on. That way, before we come to August, we can work with the different departments to determine what can be done to make those adjustments happen. So, with that, as part of the budget approval, you approved $13.5 million to be spent towards debt payments, leased facilities, and other ongoing obligations. There was an additional $704,000 that was found by the administration in rescope funds that they recommended 2 uses for. You via straw poll approved putting part of that towards maintenance, and then as part of the budget approval, approved that portion going there. The administration has also recommended, as part of project number 5, that some of those funds be used there. Next up, you approved $44.2 million to go towards the projects in your funding log. Scott, if you want to go ahead and pull up the funding log, we can look at the very last page of that funding log. So everyone in front of you should have the large printout. Yes. So if you go to the very last page, you can see there is a total section. There we go. This shows you the breakdown of the total funds that are available. So there's about $44.2 million right at the very bottom. In the first column, we have the project number. They are in order by the score that they received from the Resident Advisory Board Committee, excuse me. The next column, we have the project title. In italics, you have who submitted the project and whether or not it was a constituent application. So all constituent applications also have the department that it's associated with, and then you have a brief description of what was included in that application. The next column includes the totals, so the first line is the requested amount. Next is what the advisory committee recommended, what the mayor recommended, and then when we get to our August meetings, we will fill in what you would like to approve. That's what the first three columns are. And then on the right side with those orange headers, or orange or salmon, you can see the different funding sources. And if you look down at the bottom of that very last page, it gives you the totals for each of the different funding sources. You'll notice from the general fund, you have about $10.4 million. Those are the most flexible dollars. And we recommend that if there are any changes that you would like to make to the project funding, that you hold off on allocating the general funds until the end, because they can be applied to any project on this list. Okay, so Funding Our Future is next. They can go to almost everything. There are 5 different categories specific to Funding Our Future. There's park impact fees and street impact fees. There's technically 5 different types of impact fees. Only 2 are used in the CIP funding log this year. There's several different transportation dedicated funding sources. New this year, on the very right, is that fifth sales tax. It has the same eligibility requirements as the quarter-cent sales tax, so they were included in the same column as each other. Are there any questions on the funding sources or totals? Great. And as you're aware, the finance department and several department heads are here to answer any questions you have regarding the different projects. So we'll go ahead, Scott, if you could go to page 1.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Councilmember Mono.
Kate, could I just ask you, I know you said this, but I'm not finding it somewhere that there was a designation as to whether it was a constituent requested CIP application. Where do I find that in the log?
Yes. So if you look at page 1.
Okay, so number 2 says Transportation Division.
Yes.
That's who requested it. Thanks.
Yes. And when we get a couple, I'll point it out when we get to the first project.
Number 17 has an example.
Yeah, 17 is the first project. Thank you, Jennifer.
Page, well, I don't know.
And you can see what it looks like there.
Jordan Park Skate Park.
Yes. Okay, so looking at page 1, I want to point out that the first project on here is actually crossed out, project number 1, and that is because in one of the last budget amendments of the year, you approved that project as part of the budget amendment to be completed. So taken out of the CIP doesn't impact the amount of dollars that you have to allocate towards other projects. And with that, I'm going to just let us briefly look at different projects.
Yes, Councilmember Young.
So I have a question about number 2, and I guess, so as I ask questions, anything where it's like, we'll get back to you, I am totally good with. I just wanted to flag, like, it's a question. So related to the Vision Zero corridors and safety improvements citywide, I was just wondering if there were any delays or additional processes we'd have to pursue related to the recent state legislation for dollars.
That's a great question.
Maybe we can work with the administration. I know that they're meeting regularly with the state in kind of a coordinated way so that the city can continue these types of projects and that it doesn't get slowed down too much, but maybe we can have a follow-up kind of just clear answer to that of how the administration plans to work through that.
Perfect. Thank you. I would just, and I guess the framing for that for me is like, if we can spend all 2.3 million, like to related projects in a timely fashion as being requested, awesome. If it's like, actually now it seems like that could take years and we have other more pressing needs that we could elevate, I would be interested in knowing that.
And I think as we go through this, it's helpful to think through where the funds are coming from and where they can go to. And I know that that's on your mind too. And so it's kind of like CDBG, where some funds can be spent anywhere and other funds have more limits. So.
If there's no other questions, let's go to page 2.
Can you remind me?
Yeah, oh, Councilmember Young. Go ahead.
So for this one, I just had a question related to the list of parks that are on the bottom. So it looks like Fairmont Park is listed for the northeast restroom. The council approved 1.5 million for safety, lighting, and restrooms back in 2023. And I just want to make sure that we're not being duplicative of funding there in terms of where we are prioritizing.
I will look into that.
Okay, thank you.
That goes along with my question. Remind me that last year we funded, was it just a restroom study? I thought it was the Fairmont restroom and a study. I'm seriously asking. I can't. Okay. So yeah. So I want to confirm these are the restrooms that were identified in the restroom study.
Is there
That study completed?
a member of the administration that would know the response to that?
Hi, council members, thank you. I'm Kat, I'm filling in for Tom today. But yeah, so the study that was funded last year was for a citywide restroom study to look at kind of typologies of the whole city, and then also funded detailed design of Fairmont Park restroom, the one that's in the worst condition right now, kind of by U City. It doesn't fund any construction, so we're prioritizing Fairmont for construction in this round because we'll have design prepared. If there are efficiencies with other projects like the Fairmont project that you mentioned, or if there are ways for it to go hand in hand with kind of bond funds that are available, then we would definitely look at that and be able to fund probably additional restrooms in other locations. But these are based on OCI, so basically overall condition index, and we're kind of working our way from worst to best based on the funding that's allocated.
So that study that we did, not the design portion that's done, the study that we did identified these.
The study hasn't been completed yet. There was a budget amendment requesting additional funds to kind of look at not only public lands restrooms, but other public facilities within the city. And so the city hasn't been completed yet. These are based on just condition index from Cartograph that we've been tracking over the years. So basically just our worst condition restrooms, regardless of the study, that will need to be basically replaced as soon as possible.
I typically, like I get it, but I really struggle with us funding studies but actually knowing what we need to do. And then, like, I'm struggling. It's not your fault. This is not a you thing. You are doing what we instruct you. I'm struggling with this, though. This feels like a really, really inefficient way. If we knew of 6 places, we should have just done 6 and maybe saved the study until after we gave it our best effort.
Councilmember Mano?
I hear that, Councilmember Petro. I think, however, for me, the study was more of like a citywide. If I'm a human traveling through the city, maybe I don't live in the city, I'm visiting. I was hoping that the results of the study would be generally, how close am I to a bathroom and when I'm in place, wherever I am in the city, but we already have bathrooms in parks that are failed. And so I think, to me, they are a little bit different in terms of, we know that we need to get some of these city assets that aren't working back online, but we also, the study to me is broader than just parks. It's how easy is it for me to find a bathroom anywhere in the city? If we had usable public restrooms in every single park, that still wouldn't, to me, be enough for what my goals are for where we would need to add them throughout the city in order for it to be truly a tourist-friendly, traveler-friendly city.
If we had restrooms anywhere outside parks and our buildings, I'd be all over that.
Well, I think that's...
Councilmember Pui?
So I remember a little bit of the conversation on when we funded the study, and I was one of those that pushed for that because we needed, to the issue of, those that are on shelter in our city, all of those that are traveling in our city, all of those ourselves, the need to use a restroom, and it seemed like there was not clear direction, but obviously the administration knew about, this may be to the bottom of this, is that there are some urgent needs, and it's good to know. It's good to have that. Personally, I hope that this sort of information comes to us a little more forthcoming and easier, especially when we talked about, at least since I joined the council, and I'm sure that this conversation happened before, the issue of bathrooms. That we needed to get some bathrooms going, and I know that it's a complex issue and it's not an easy solution. So I'm not saying that the administration is to solve this problem for us, but at least talk about this. So I'm excited to see that we are gonna get to some of that. Let me ask a little clarification. The Fairmont Park bathroom, because we do have some plans, or that one will get hopefully shovels on the ground faster, allegedly, right?
Yes, in the context of the improvements that are happening with the bond, there are projects that are already funded that could move this along a little bit more quickly than some of the other restrooms.
What about the other ones? So the $2 million, what is we envision? How far is it going to go? I guess it's hard to guess, but there's a very long list of bathrooms. Do we think that it could potentially get to most of them or some of them?
Yeah, we are hopeful with efficiencies that are with other projects that are going on in these parks, that with this full funding request, we could accomplish a majority, if not all of those. And I think I wanted to provide a little clarity on the study too. I think the study, restrooms as they were designed in the 80s when some of these went in, they aren't quite functioning for us the way that we need them to now. And so I think the study would give us a lot of nationwide recommendations as to what's been working elsewhere that we could start implementing, and also give us design guidelines based on the types of locations and parks that they're going to be in, where we may not require a full custom design process for all of these replacement needs, and they could move a little bit more quickly kind of once we have that study in place.
That's good.
Councilmember Young and then Lopez Chavez.
So this is to Councilmember Pui. I believe, but we can ask for clarification, that there is a separate pilot that is taking place related to the larger bathroom issue that is different than the study. And so we are also doing that pilot component in terms of being able to address bathrooms outside of just parks. That is my remembrance, but I could be wrong.
No, you're right. We that was a tough conversation last budget a year ago. But yes, we put a little money on that, and a quick, faster mitigation type of tool. I would love to hear where that is, and then the study. So yes, I think you're right.
I just wanted clarification. It says here 3 restrooms would be selected. So are you saying all of the restrooms on this list are going to be eligible for if we fully fund this? That is a great question. One of the reasons why we selected these is there are other projects that are getting funded at these parks, particularly Cottonwood, Liberty, Fairmont, and Jordan. All have other projects going on. So if there's a way to kind of couple these improvements with improvements that are already going on, we could find some cost savings in the implementation for those restrooms. The top 3 will probably be chosen will definitely be chosen from this list. And we're going to do, if we are able to find efficiencies, install hopefully more than those 3 restrooms. And I believe in the packet, we were asked to include overall, all-inclusive cost per restroom, what we're anticipating. I don't have that off the top of my head, but I can get that to you as well.
Yeah, I'd love to better understand if it's truly the top 3 or if it's going to be the expansive list, or where that overlap is. If we're going to go through and identify kind of OIC-based restrooms, then I'd love to understand where the rest of them fall. I think for more transparency, I'd love to just see that holistic list of here are the public lands restrooms, and here's the order of prioritization as of today.
We can definitely do that.
I just want to let you know that in the notes that they provided, it was $684,000 per restroom. That includes planning, design, and construction. So.
Okay.
Isn't the plan will help us maybe save a little, because then we have this design that we sort of implement and plop in the different areas. Will that save us? Isn't that the idea? Is that we have a design standard that we sort of apply to wherever we want to in the future?
As not a professional cost estimator, I probably can't say, but I think that is the goal, is to have standardized designs per restroom that would allow us to find efficiencies and better predict, I think, what things are going to cost.
Thank you. That's a lot of money, obviously, when you hear that tagline about a bathroom. But, bathrooms are the most expensive part of a house, and kitchens, so, yeah.
Yeah. Well, Councilmember, I was just going to add, for Councilmember Petro's sake, this is Urinetown. This is not Salt Lake, it's Urinetown, the musical.
Very niche joke.
Okay. You ready to move to the next item? Okay.
Scott, page 4, please. Oh, page 3, sorry, project 4.
I will jump in. Thank you. So on this one, because the request was significantly more recommended by the mayor's office, I was just curious if we could get a maybe revised list or a revised scope specific to what's being recommended. Is it fewer of those, or is it we can stretch the money further by cutting off some of the requests? Just so that we know in terms of how that impacts what's in the description.
So part of the reason they didn't fund it to the full amount is because there was a separate project that actually is a sub-project of this item that they wanted specifically funded. And I believe it's project 37 or 38. So technically all the funds are going towards the item, but a sub-project is receiving a portion of that. But yeah, I will find out which ones in particular they want funded.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, next.
Next slide, please.
Councilmember Young.
So on number 5, I'm just wondering in the totals section if that includes the additional money from the money that was found that's being recommended by the mayor, or is that not inclusive of that recommendation?
That is not inclusive. So it's an additional $352,000 that brings the total to $4.72 million for road reconstruction.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Dugan.
This is also one of the legislative intents we had about funding our streets and getting our streets up to standards, which they're woefully behind. And so this is one of those things where if you don't fund it, boy, it's going to get worse and worse every year. And we're talking big dollars going on. I think that the one number was $250 million of money required to bring our streets up into national standards. And, that's like $50 million a year for 5 years, right? If you do your math. And this is 1/10 of that. So we got to keep pressing on this issue hard across the board.
Okay. Next. Oh, Councilmember
Sorry,
Young.
just one follow-up. That additional, like, 352,000 plus, is that from general fund because it's returned?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next. Oh, Councilmember Petro, do you have a question? No, okay. All right, what's the next one?
Oh, the next page. Okay, can we go to page 5, please? Oh.
Or just the next
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Let's stay on that same page.
Yeah,
Go back to
next
page
item.
4. Yep. So number 6, project number 6.
Yeah.
Which is 700 North.
Any questions on this one?
I just want to understand, this is the city 100% coming in to pay and replace the public right-of-way concrete. Is that correct? This isn't inserting funds into, what's the funding for the sidewalk repair? Yeah, it isn't the 50/50 program. This is just the city coming in. Is that correct?
It's going to add pedestrian and transit enhancements as well as safety features, along with resurfacing the road.
But you're saying, is there a contribution from resident? We're
6.
Number 6, it's 700 North. Yeah, no, you're fine. Any other questions on 700 North? Okay, now we're on item number 7.
Kate, I think that's the question that Councilmember Lopez Chavez was asking about.
Can I go back to number 6? I'm annoying. Well, I was like trying to wrap my head about your question, and I was like, okay, what am I missing? No, but the request, help me understand the request. I might have missed the memo there. The request is 680, but there is more allocated money than the request. Help me.
So I looked up the application, and the application was actually that $1,680,000. So I believe that is a typo.
Okay.
Yes.
Because that will be odd.
And it looks like it's a local match, which is usually determined by some sort of formula, so.
Thank you. Now, sorry.
Okay, now we're on item number 7. There's no going back. Public way concrete.
Does not include repaving. It's just the concrete services. Yes.
Any other questions on 7?
Can I just say this feels low compared to in my district and in your district, there's a lot of places that are not just ADA and compliant, like a stroller, the number of skin knees from scooters. So it just, I get the budget year we're in, this feels low.
I just wanted to understand, when you say repaving, it says it addresses deteriorated or defective concrete sidewalks. So in my mind, that's repaving a concrete sidewalk. Are you saying this is different?
So when I think of repaving, it's asphalt. So concrete is, they will take it, they will fix it. That's, all concrete in the area that they intend to work on will be, I guess.
I will say it isn't a large amount. I'd love if we could focus it into an area. If it's, for example, a West Side neighborhood, many of our sidewalks are also in failing and deteriorating conditions. So it's just not a large amount. So I'd love to focus it on a neighborhood if possible.
Right. Last year, we asked the administration to tell us if they have flagged, I'm trying to recall this conversation, if they had a way of finding that. And I believe the administration, and if I'm wrong, very often it happens, the administration told us that they were tracking, and they had, tools to say, okay, yes, these are the top 10 worst ones across the state, the city.
I can speak to that. This is Julie Crickson with the Department of Public Services. So we use Cartograph, our asset management software, to track all reports, and as well as when we do analysis of the entire sidewalk system and we give it a score, just like we do the roadways, we keep that in Cartograph. And so when this money is allocated, we use that data to say where are the worst areas, and then to find economy of scale, we say, okay, these were our worst areas, but because we're there, we're going to fix the other damaged concrete in that same area. So that is how the funding is allocated.
You could use more money.
I mean, yes.
I think that's like the point that some people were talking, just saying that this is not the solving all the sidewalks.
Guys, why did the pioneers have to come build a city on a fault line? I'm just saying.
I will say that for the FY25 CIP budget, we did receive extra money for sidewalks.
Okay. We're going to move on to number 8. Okay, it's happening. Okay, we're on number 8 now. No going back. Okay. Liberty Lake dredging and aeration system replacement.
This was not recommended by the mayor for funding. It was recommended by the advisory committee.
So there's a typo there?
Oh, I am looking at the wrong thing. I apologize for that. It was recommended.
Ugh, I love a lake dredging.
So this is like takes all the stuff from the lake, the good, amazing things inside of it? Okay.
The bad things. It takes the bad things out. I do know that this is of concern because we've had some public health issues related to that. We've had to empty the lake, and so I hope that we can keep this one in there.
Man, that one is not fun. Okay, next.
Next page, please. Next page.
Councilmember Young.
Oh, I'm back. So for this one, it's 20 acres of irrigation system replacement and supportive waterwise landscaping. The request was for $5 million. We're recommending it for $1 million. I'm just curious what that does to the acreage of what can be supported.
Julie, would you? Oh, yeah. Kat, come on back.
That is a great question. I think it would be definitely scalable. 600,000 is about the minimum that we can do to replace anything and make it worth it for like the irrigation clocks, the timers, irrigation replacement, tree-specific irrigation. So we would probably look at our worst condition irrigation based on what has been breaking, what needs repair the most, and what is kind of the biggest impact to parks right now, and start prioritizing those locations. But we can, based on this recommendation for funding, we can get you a revised list.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on to number 10. Okay, we're there. Anyone questions about bridge preservation?
So this is essentially holding account until we find out that something's gone wrong. It's not that we know that there's something wrong.
My understanding is that there is a little bit of everything. There's preventative maintenance as different structural things are.
I love preventative. Preventative, holding accounts. Those are all words that warm my heart. I love being proactive with our money. It gives us so many options.
There are federal requirements around bridge maintenance that this would go towards.
I do.
Okay.
Brings a tear to my eye.
Number 11, Councilmember Young.
Okay. So for number 11, I appreciate that it's the 50-50 match requirement. Do we have an indication that the county is ready to be able to match like all of these requests?
Yes, Salt Lake County has already allocated their 50%, so they're kind of ready to go whenever
We're
we are able
second,
to.
so we're just making the match, and that matches on every single project that's listed 1 through 7.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question on this? When I add the general fund to the park impact fees, I get 207 million, but I get the total allocation only as $1,107,117. Oh, thank you. Okay, I read it wrong. That explains it. Thank you.
Okay. We're going to 12.
Can I? Please?
I said we're going, so I guess you're technically on time.
Oh, thank you. Well, I am jumping a little back. The dredging. So this is also in the same park. The county is not participating at all in that. Are they? Oh, Liberty Park. So I thought that, but that park also needs that too, right? Eventually? No? Okay.
So Sugar House Park is a shared governance model,
from the
and
county.
so, yeah, so that's where I was asking, because we're required to match 50-50. If the county hadn't issued their money yet, I just didn't want to give money to then not have it be matched and not go anywhere.
For some reason, my wires got crossed, and the dredging, I thought it was for the Sugar House Park, and I was like, "Where is the county?" Because that was a big ticket item. Okay, nothing. Never mind.
No, you're okay. We're on 12 now. No questions.
This is your favorite word, though. There's a lot of preventative. stuff in this item.
And, you know, is there a list of things for this one? I'm sure, right? I'm sure there is a very good list for that one, because there's a lot of money.
Looks like facilities is coming up. They do have a plan.
Facilities.
You can share more. Thanks.
We can provide a specific list. When the money is allocated, it is looked at, worst first, what is failing. And so potentially if something fails in the next week, the list could shift slightly. But if you'd like a specific list, we can look into that.
Obviously, we're trying to patch so many places at once, right? And it really is one of the challenges of a very old city. But when I was $2 million, and then I have probably 3 that were for the parks, and multi-millions for the streets, and it's hard to prioritize everything. So
Right,
thank
yeah.
you. The list will help.
Definitely.
Okay, let's move on to 13. Councilmember Young.
So on this one, in the end of the description, it notes the financially constrained request of $4 million, which is what's recommended for funding, is for 6 ranked signals in failing condition. But then the last sentence says, based on the current cost of signals, this should be $5 million. I'm just trying to get clear about, is it reasonable to expect 6, or are they saying it's not reasonable, which is why we need more money?
Is Transportation Division here?
Councilmember Young, it's funny. A couple years ago, they're so expensive, and I just shocked that this metal pole with a light on top is millions of dollars. I joked about finding a Temu version of it, a couple of years ago.
Let's 3D print them.
It's just incredible, especially for a city that sort of discover, this technology. It's crazy. I wonder if there is something better out there, but thank you.
Yes. I think part of the reason for that language is because we have seen inflation move so rapidly, and it's hitting construction generally, but signals particularly, because steel from China is such a factor. And then with the current tariff situation on top of that, I think the answer is we don't know. We hope we can do 6 with that amount, but we don't know. One other factor that I'll just mention is that it depends how many signals ultimately are funded. So if it's one, it's going to cost about 50% more than if it's part of a package of several.
Got it. Okay, so at this...
Efficiencies of scale.
So that's the piece that's being reflected in the could be $5 million.
Exactly.
Okay, that's helpful.
Yeah, there's a high level of uncertainty with these. I think that your confusion is reflecting our confusion on that.
Councilmember Pui?
I'm sure I'm going to be yelled at about this, but I know that people don't like them. I don't know. I don't care for. I don't know. I don't have any opinions about them. They tell me when to go, when to stop. The cable ones, the ones that hang from a cable.
Yes.
I know that they're older technology, and they may be. I'm sure that there is a reason for replacing them, and I know slowly we've been replacing those hanging ones.
Yeah.
Is that a bad thing? Is that a good thing? It make sense to rethink our strategy? Is it a very good reason? I am not an expert in any of this, so I don't want to, pretend I know what I'm talking about.
Just to clarify, so you're asking about those span wire signals and the, I guess, reasoning behind replacing those?
No.
No.
I think what he's asking is, are those cheaper? And should we consider doing those instead?
Yeah, should we consider doing something?
Should we go back to the old school ones?
Probably, and no. I'm not even sure they're still available. One of the things is that they're subject to wind, right? We get a lot of wind here, and they go all over the place. It's, a problem. So I don't know that we would install those. Beyond that, my knowledge of traffic signals is, it's not what our signal team would have. But I can respond to any other questions that you have to the best of my ability.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to 14. All right, we're here. Anyone? Are we going to move to 15? With no questions? Okay, we're on 15 now. Councilmember Young.
All right. So on 15, 13, where we're talking about the missing sidewalks and bikeway, in the description, it goes into like that this could also be for repair of, which could be considered missing. And I'm trying to figure out how that complements and or potentially overlaps with something like number 7, where we are already asking for the public way concrete. So is there a differential, like why are we splitting those out?
I can speak to the network, which is what this request is referencing. So it's really looking at gaps in the network. It may overlap with where repairs are needed for sidewalks, things like that. But really it's thinking about the transportation needs and functions rather than the condition of the asset. So if there's just a gap, you can bike from here to here and then you get to a spot where there's nowhere safe to go. It would fill in gaps like that.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, and I would just say we wouldn't, if in this program a piece of sidewalk was repaired, we wouldn't then use the public way concrete money to go repair that same area because it would already be repaired. So we make sure we communicate and don't double up effort.
Okay, so I guess from my perspective, because, and just this isn't just specific to concrete, I have a very similar comment coming about some of the bike requests as well. When we have departments that have very similar requests, where possible, bucketing that together so that it's clear that there's a single city plan, even if it is multiple departments that are taking lead on parts of that, it's helpful for me to be able to see the comprehensive amount that we're dedicated to that specific problem in the city, just in terms of then not, because one of the things that why I have so many questions is I'm trying to figure out where things complement and where things may overlap. And so just feedback for the future where possible, like putting things together that are similar in nature, even if it's different departments, I would appreciate that.
That's really helpful feedback. Thank you.
Councilmember Dugan and then Pui.
Yeah,
And then I have a question
thank
too.
you, Councilmember Young, because I'm looking at a couple of these things and going, this one, and then I go to 2, the Vision Zero, because Vision Zero is all encompassing, and I look at this one going, that could be possibly a Vision Zero project, and how does that fit into the grand scheme of what we're trying to do on Vision Zero as far as street calming, traffic calming, ped safety, bike safety, and where that comes into play. Because I think there's I'm going to also, just some on the reconstructions of streets. Number 6 is getting funded by WFRC and the feds, but that's also that's a repaving of a whole street, a reconstruction of a whole street, and that's 1.6 million from us, 3 million from the feds. That's a lot of money. That's more money than we're doing for the whole city. So, how are we encompassing and using our dollars wisely there? That must be a great street, but that's more money than we're putting for the rest of the city on one street. But the feds are giving us 3 million to match it. So combine those things back to, but I'm going off tangent on the Vision Zero, but combine the two together as far as, or projects together.
Yeah, we can do that. I think a lot of how you're seeing it reflects sort of the back end work that we do, the criteria. So like for Vision Zero, we'd look at the safety hotspots, whereas for like the network side of it, we would look at gaps in the network. So it's different criteria, but it's not visible externally necessarily. So yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Pui.
This is unrelated but related. That makes a lot of sense. I remember trying to clarify this in the past, and I found this gigantic red tape. I think it was bigger than the red tape. It was like a red bus. The garbage cans that they could be in those bus stops. And maintenance of those, because the question is who cleans the garbage can and who is maintaining that. In many of those places it's appropriate to have one when there's a lot of usage, and I think that the city sometimes struggles with having random places to go pick up garbage cans from, and then UTA may also struggle with that. So I would love clarity on that, because if we're enhancing amenities, which is in hopes it improves the service, the usage, you also have people that need to throw things. And that's something that is part of the comprehensive view of the services. So I would love clarity on if there is a plan for the garbage can or not, and who pays for it, and who should pay for it.
So thus far, UTA is handling that maintenance. When you see variation in terms of how well it's done, usually that's in part a reflection of their staffing. They have similar challenges in that way to what we have for maintenance staff. But also the operators are the ones responsible for identifying, oh, this trash can is ready to be emptied, and a new bag put in. So some operators are just better about it than others. But so far, UTA is handling maintenance if we make the initial investment in the stop. That may change at some point when we hit a certain threshold where it's difficult for them to keep up, but right now that's the arrangement that we have.
Okay. I am just wondering if the Upper Avenues is on any of this list for the sidewalks. We're very, very close to having sidewalks all the way to Ensign Elementary. Do you know if this?
I am unaware of whether Upper Avenues is on our list. I can ask and circle back with an answer.
Okay. I mean, I understand that. I think it would be a priority area because there are a lot of kids that walk to school that have to walk in the street. And so I hope that it would be ranked highly on an area to fill in gaps. Thank you. Any questions on this? Councilmember Petro.
This doesn't have anything to do with this particular allocation, except that we need to take this sort of sidewalk maneuvering seriously in the construction that we have. We have way too many streets closed and way too many sidewalks. And so if we're going to prioritize this here, we need to make it a part of our construction mitigation efforts as well.
Okay. Let's do, we'll do one more, and then we're gonna actually switch, well, should we okay, so I'm gonna switch to agenda item number 50, project number 57, because we do have Blake here. Blake Thomas to talk to us about the civic campus, and then we're going to do board appointments and then break. So if you wouldn't mind, everybody flip to 57. 56. So we're 57. Yep, 57. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Civic campus and Green Loop implementation. Questions on this? Okay.
It's 57.
57.
We made it.
And this is
Yes,
one that
Mr.
it's
Chair.
worth noting is the majority is coming from that parks impact fees column. So,
Right.
yes.
And the parks impact fees, does this 2.9 million expire in the next year or two? And the second question is, this has to, from impact fees, from our conversation this afternoon, new parks can't be for preventative maintenance, can't be for a replacement of an asset like a playground. It has to be completely new. So there's very limited use of the parks impact fees. And if, like, you could use it maybe for Sunnyside if you're doing a whole nother, something completely new there, like pickleball courts, you could use park impact fees. Possibly. Or a new splash pad if they didn't have one somewhere.
Yeah.
As I understand,
Is
it's
it- I'm just trying to just
increased level of service is the key kind of eligibility criteria for those fees.
And so so my question is just on when does this expire, and can you spend this $2.9 million? And is there other projects that we could use this on for, as we plan it
The
out?
short answer is yes, there are many projects you could use these funds on. Glendale Park is essentially 100% eligible for parks impact fees. We can work with finance to figure out when these expire, but as of the last budget amendment, there were not any imminent impact fees expiring because finance has done a great job of kind of tracking and spending impact fees. But we can double check with them to figure out what the next date
And
is.
the reason I'm asking is that because I'm fully supportive of this project. I'm just looking at it going, hey, are there other projects that we're using other funds that we could use impact fees to fund that and that fund to fund something else, is what I'm saying.
I think it depends on if you wanted to more fully fund Glendale Park. The Glendale Park Regional Plan total cost was in the $60 million range. $30 million was included in the sales tax bond towards Glendale Park. So if you wanted to, you could put these funds to sort of achieve more in Glendale Park. I'm just using that as an example. There probably are other projects.
And probably more discussions going further, because I wasn't looking more at Glendale because we already have a bond to fund all that. I know it's going to be probably maybe more than that. I was looking at other projects that we have that are not bonded that we could use to do a park, help a park. Because we're not going to spend this 2.9 in the next year or two. But I know it's a CIP project where it's multiple year project. So just some curious questions on that.
I wanted to, thank you, Chair. I wanted to better understand the cost center because this is a seed fund. I know that we funded the design last year. I wanted to understand, is there more funding to be expected so we can break ground in 2026? Can you help me understand what that project scope and timeline is?
Sure, thanks. I want to be respectful of your time, but also I'm really excited to give a quick project update. As it relates to the broader Green Loop, for context, you all know that the 900 South leg of the project is completed, other than the planting of kind of a dense urban forest and the vegetation on that south leg of the project. So the next phase of the Green Loop proposed project is this Civic Center project, Washington Square, Library Square, the right-of-way on 200 East. Thank you for your support for funding from last fiscal year. We just signed a contract with GGN, which is a renowned landscape architecture firm out of Seattle. And in the next week, we have our kickoff meeting, and then we'll go into an engagement, a vision study, all the way to construction documents. So what we'll essentially have is the construction documents that are to the engineering standards to then use this funding that we're requesting to begin construction with Civic Center. Again, outside of the greenery along 9th South, Civic Center being the next block, the next project. To your exact question, Councilmember Lopez Chavez, this is the request is for the park impact fees, which are the eligible portion of what is likely a roughly $15 to $18 million project to include both Library Square and the right-of-way, and a kind of typical case study Green Loop block. About 35 to 44% of that would be park impact fee eligible, as that would represent the cost for the green space. So the funding that we're asking for here, I think, represents what I hope is the total eligibility of the green space on this block, as well as really critical seed funding, which represents the city's first construction dollars in on this, as we're concurrently kicking off a capital campaign feasibility study. So we've also begun efforts to engage the philanthropic community to hope that this money can be leveraged.
Oops. No other questions on this item? Okay. Thank you.
Thanks so much for jumping to number 57.
Okay, we're going to, so dinner is here, but we also have, all of our board appointees ready. So that's happening first. Okay, so we're going to go to number 10, which is Bradley Jepson.
Yes, good afternoon, Council.
Hi, Bradley. So this is your opportunity to tell us a little bit about yourself and what your background is and what you believe you bring to this position, and for us to ask questions, and then if you have any questions of us. So go ahead.
All right, great, thank you.
Yeah.
So like I said, my name is Brad Jepson. I'm currently the Bountiful City Attorney. I've been here for just over 18 months. Before that, I was with West Valley City. Began there as an intern and then a prosecutor. Did some time with the U.S. Attorney's Office, and then took a job with West Valley as a public safety attorney, as well as in the employment. We don't really have divisions like you guys do, but employment area there at West Valley City. Over the next few years, I represented West Valley City in basically all of our employment, appeals, and then on to litigation. I currently am, like I said, the Bountiful City Attorney, work up here in your northern neighbor. And I've developed through both litigation as well as the administrative process quite a lengthy background in employment law, as well as, I am myself a government employee, and I understand that, these jobs are valuable, and that we as government employees have rights that need to be preserved. Do I have any questions from the council?
Any questions for Bradley?
Thanks for helping serve Salt Lake City.
Yeah, thank you so much for, as Councilmember Dugan just said, thank you for your willingness to help Salt Lake City and provide this service to our residents and our employees. So thank you.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm excited for the opportunity.
All right, thank you. We will place your name on our consent agenda at tonight's formal meeting. You need not be present to win. So you're welcome to join us though. If you'd like to be there, we'd love to have you, but you don't need to be there.
I may make it in. My own meeting starts here in about 8 minutes. So depending on when ours gets over, I may make it in.
Oh, okay, great. Well, thank you so much, and we appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Thank you, guys.
We have our next applicant is Christine Hashimoto.
Hi.
Hi.
So my background is got my undergraduate in business with an emphasis in organizational behavior and human resources, and my career has gone between human resources and the law, and has settled for the last 6 years with the Utah Attorney General's office, where I practice specifically employment litigation. This means I represent the state in employment matters in state and federal court, as well as different administrative bodies. So I do things like fair hearings or appeals of discipline to the Career Service Review Office, and as well as university level grievance hearings. So the processes involved, the due process involved with taking discipline or terminating a government employee who has a due process right into their position in their job, a property interest in their job, is something I'm very familiar with, and would be grateful to have this opportunity to be a part of it for Salt Lake City as well.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Anyone have any questions for Christine? Nope. Christine, did you hear the little spiel about putting you on the consent agenda, all that?
Yes. I promised my 3-year-old popsicles tonight, so I don't know that I will be on later, but I will try.
Totally fine. I think we would support that decision. So thank you so much for your willingness to help serve Salt Lake City.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Neil Geddes.
Hello, Council. My name is Neil Geddes. I apologize. I'm actually on vacation this week with my family, and so just
wow.
kind of getting back from a hike, which we got not just rained on, but hailed on. But I'm an attorney. I've been a practicing attorney for over 22 years. I've been with Davis County. I'm the chief civil deputy attorney for about 14 years. And one of my departments has always been human resources. So I do all the HR work, personnel type legal work, and advising and consultation during that time there. Prior to Davis County, I worked at a smaller law firm in Salt Lake City, Smith Hartvigsen, where we did a lot of local government work. And before that, I was in Kansas City with a pretty big regional law firm, Spencer Fane, Britton Brown, where we represented management and did a lot of employment litigation and other legal counseling on that front. So any questions for me?
We're super impressed that you managed to join us despite being on your family vacation. And so we'll keep this as short as possible. Did you hear the instructions about placing your name on the consent agenda?
I did,
okay,
yeah.
Great. So you definitely do not need to join either. So
okay.
Thank you for your service to Salt Lake City and our employees and residents.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right. That is our last board appointment. So we will go ahead and adjourn. We have a quick announcement.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just wanted to update the council on a slight shift to the September council meetings to accommodate travel to the Downtown Alliance Conference. We'll have our normal work session and formal meeting on September 2nd. For the September 9th meeting, instead of just having the CRA and council work session, we're adding the formal meeting to the Tuesday, September 9th. And then we'll have a work session only on Tuesday, September 16th, with the goal to end by 5:30 so that those who are flying out at night can make the trip. So just FYI. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Now we're adjourned. Yay.